Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
Oh, all right, there it is right there. There it is right there. Your favorite friendly neighborhood. I was going to say your favorite friendly neighborhood Yoruba man, but I suspect I might not be your favorite friendly neighborhood Yoruba man. Neither favorite nor friendly, but certainly Yoruba. So if I say your favorite friendly or you are laughing man, I think that narrows it somewhat to give myself a chance, because I suspect that you might not know that many people from Oyo Alaafin. So I might well be the only person you know from Oyo Alaafin. So let me take that space. Your favorite friendly neighborhood Oyo Alaafin man, here again. You know that bald-headed guy that speaks from Kent in that funny voice? Yeah, he's here again. Not from Kent or from Moya laughing, but resident in Kent. But here it is, here we are, here we go. So good to see you, good to be here, and here we go again. And Solly, I see you there. Stay there, Solly, because I want to kick it off with the interview that Naira Marley granted Reno Mokri, and I suspect that you might have a lot to say on that space. So stay there just for as long as you can, Solly. So yeah, good to see you. Good to be here. Always a delight to be in your company. Always a pleasure, never a chore, never anything taken for granted, and it is with submitted, bended head gratitude that I welcome you always to this platform. So let me put it that way. So nothing, no arrogance to it, because of course you've chosen to spend your time here. So you've chosen to spend your time here. So if you have chosen to spend your time here, then you might as well go through the processes of acknowledging the platform. So that involves clicking somewhat on the like button. Let me just say it. I don't know quite what I'm saying. It's sounding like gibberish to myself as well. So let me just pause it there and reset. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's your constant invitation. We've been having a steady stream of new voices join us, and all those new voices did was to click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and up they popped into the studio space. And as soon as the body of the talking points have been delivered, they are let onto the screen and their thoughts are invited. So nothing more complex than that. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to be part of the scene, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, all that endless talking, it leaves me purged. So if you think I need lubricating, you can lubricate me via the link pinned on the comment section. So invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's pinned there. So all those are so I thought it was going to be slim picking somewhat this session, but it looks as though we might well be able to cobble together enough of a talking points to have conversations around, because the news cycle was a bit sparse today, not that much going on in the news cycle. So we're scrapping around to find things to talk about, but never really do we struggle for things to talk about, especially when the room starts to populate. So it's going to be one of those sessions of bring your own. So if anybody wants to come on the screen that they want to talk about anything that especially is foremost in their thoughts, so you can do that, the hyperlink StreamYard. But what we will be talking about today, the headlines that I have lined up. 6 days after departing United Nations Summit in New York, Tinubu yet to arrive in Nigeria. So we've danced this dance before, and it's pretty much a case of play it again, Sam. Play it again, Sam. 6 days after departing United Nations Summit in New York, Tinubu yet to arrive in Nigeria. So Tinubu yet to arrive in Nigeria only really has one interpretation: a pit stop in France for the booster shot for our Agbado man. So has the Agbado man gone to get his booster shot? So we'll see now what this platform, not our platform or the platform presenting the news, we see what they are speculating to that space. So we see what they are speculating to that space. And now I wanted to bring you this only because, let me bring it first and I'll explain why I'm bringing it. United States President Joe Biden appoints 2 Nigerian Americans as advisors. So part of the ethnic back and forth that we often have, is always wrapped around some of the narratives that there's an abundance of Yoruba people in the White House that are senior advisors to the presidency. A lot of you can name them off the top of your head. But now, these new 2 appointees, what is their coloration ethnic-wise? So that's why I'm bringing it to you. So we make that discovery together. United States President Joe Biden appoints 2 Nigerian Americans as advisors. So, like I said, a sparse news cycle, so we have to deal with things like that. a sparse news cycle, so we have to deal with this as well. Leah Sharibu married off to ISWAP commander after divorcing first husband. So it's the sad tale of this girl now that was picked up as part of that cycle. I don't want to say why they picked her up. There are certain words that you cannot say, especially within the first 20 minutes of a video, because that often triggers YouTube. So there are certain words. If we get past the 20-minute mark, we can be a bit more flexible in how we word and voice our commentaries. But that first 20 minutes, I think their bot, it always checks that. So you have to somewhat be sensitive about the tonality that you use. But I think you all know the backdrop of this. Leah Sharibu married off to ISWAP commander after divorcing first husband. So this is the narrative of this girl that was picked up. And when I say picked up, I think you know what that means when we're talking about ISWAP and people like that. So this is the narrative of this girl that was picked up, and she refused to denounce her faith. She'd been a Christian, and she has not been made available to her parents ever since. So let's just have a speed through this. This is the only one that I will read out in this cycle. Leah Sharibu, Nigerian girl who was, let's do that again. Leah Sharibu, Nigerian schoolgirl who has now spent 5 years in captivity with terrorists, has reportedly married another ISWAP commander after abandoning first husband she was forcefully married to. Local security sources made this revelation in a report to correspondents. Recall that Leah was one of 110 female pupils of the government Girls Science and Technology School, Duchi, Yobe State, who were abducted on February the 19th, 2018 by the Boko Haram people. Since then, she has been held in captivity by members of the Islamic State West African province, ISWAP. A few years ago, it was reported by some media houses that the Dapchi girl was married off. After the purported divorce from one Abdul Rahman, it was gathered that Leah was remarried to another ISWAP commander in the Lake Chad area named Ali Abdullah. So Ali Abdullah forcefully taken, and he has Allah in his name, and he's forcefully taking a bride. There it is. One of the security sources said Leah was first married to Abdul Rahman after she allegedly converted to Islam, and they have 2 children, all boys, that were named after 2 Boko Haram commanders that were killed. We don't know what transpired, but Leah secured the divorce and married another commander, Ali Abdullah. The source said after her abduction, Leah was trained, and that trained is in quotation marks. So the sources said after her abduction, Leah was trained on how to administer some medical services to injured Boko Haram fighters and women. One of the antics of terrorists in the Northeast is forcing their captives. Let's do that again. One of the antics of terrorists in the Northeast is forcing their captives with expertise in some areas like medicine, nursing, engineering, computing, amongst others, to train their members on such areas. I don't quite know what that means. She was trained as a medical personnel and now leads the ASWAP or ISWAP medical team in the northern part of the Lake Chad area, the source said. Another source said, 10 days ago, Leah, her supposed husband, and other fighters were sighted in some area. Her husband is a commander under ISWAP, but they are facing persecution from Boko Haram commander, loyal to Shekau, Malam Bakura. It's almost like a different world, you know. It's almost like we are reading tales of the 17th century, where people were on horses with swords and bayonets, straddling the wild terrains and taking territory. This is 2023, and this is what is going on in Nigeria. As of today, we got a report that a large contingent of ISWAP fighters has started migrating from the area through the forest. they were so and it goes on and on about the ISWAP space. So that is it really. It's just really to flash this girl up again. It's just really to flash this girl up again. So she's refused to take to that religion, but it looks as though not only has that religion been forced upon her, she's been forcefully married off into that religious space. So it's a real travesty, but what can you do? A real travesty, but that girl is lost to the world, by the way. That's just the thing. That girl is lost to the world. Because of course, if she's rescued now, she has already been forcefully converted. That's one. And then two, she's had 2 children already within that space. She's been forcefully married off as well. And she's clearly been radicalized. So she's not the Leah Sharibu that we're looking for. Certainly not the one that her parents lost. So yeah, she's lost to the world. That's the state. And then we'll also spend time here. This is now Naira Marley opening up. So this is now Naira Marley opening up, trying to clear his name. So this is Naira Marley opening up, trying to clear his name. So we spent a bit of time there to find out exactly what's in play. We found out a bit of time there. It's about a 20-minute long interaction with Reno Mokri. So we spend time with that, see what's in play. So a lot to go through, and of course we'll invite anybody that turns up to present whatever it is that they would like to speak about as well. So plenty to go through, always plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Protocol, like I said, click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to buy your whole cups of coffee, that is pinned on the comment section. Do all those as you listen to this.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́bí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koniri agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. I can't imagine a prayer more important. Iku koniri agbeche. So Iku koniri agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. Pardon the background noise, by the way. That's my washing machine spinning off. I'm in my conservatory and the laundry room is right next to it. So that's the washing machine spinning off. I'll stop in a moment. 6 days after departing United Nations summit in New York, Tinubu yet to arrive in Nigeria. So now your president is missing SOS to the man from Bodilion. 6 days after leaving New York in the United States, where he attended the 78th United Nations General Assembly, President Bola Tinubu has still not made it back to Nigeria. leaving Nigerians wondering about his, let's do that again. 6 days after leaving New York in the United States, where he attended the 78th United Nations General Assembly, President Bola Tinubu has still not made it back to Nigeria, leaving Nigerians wondering about his whereabouts and stoking rumors that the president does not consider himself as being accountable to the people he was elected to serve. So the people he was elected to serve. So that's almost, this is from People's Gazette, by the way, which is an obedient news outlet. So accountable to people he was elected to serve. So that is somewhat of an inadvertent, a slip of a thought. Because of course they are claiming that he is not elected, but certainly now the admission that they do believe that he was elected. Mr. Tinubu arrived in New York on September the 18th and departed the United States last Thursday around 8:25 p.m. local time using the JFK airport. But he has so far failed to communicate his itinerary to Nigerians, a pattern all too similar to that of his predecessor, Muhammadu Buhari, notorious for extended stay outside of the country. The State House declined comment about Mr. Tinubu's itinerary, but senior administration officials said he was dealing with strategic issues in Paris. So I knew, of course, he would be in Paris to get his booster shots. So we all know what's going on. So he has been quite articulate and it looks quite energized and fully pumped up. So, but maybe that is starting to wane and he's gone to Paris for his booster shots. The State House declined comments. The State House declined comments about Mr. Tinubu's itinerary, but senior administration officials said he was dealing with strategic issues in Paris and will return to the country by the end of the week. So anytime that Tinubu is sighted in Paris, is booster shot. We understand that the president is tending to important matters and holding strategic meetings in Paris, and he will be returning to the country before the end of the week. A senior official familiar with Mr. Tinubu's itinerary told correspondents on Wednesday. The State House deliberately failed to reveal when the president would return after his trip to New York to attend the United Nations General Assembly. There was no mention of his plan to linger in Paris for over a week after concluding his assignment in New York. Mr. Tinubu's lack of communication might be perceived as a lackluster attitude that mirrors that of Mr. Buhari, the ex-president, who did not see the need to explain his whereabouts and brazenly gallivanted around the globe, leaving his media aides befuddled and scrambling for the best way to defend their principle to the public. Mr. Buhari's frequent and prolonged overseas trips made critics deride him as a remote president. Mr. Buhari's presidency, with reckless spending and unproductive policies, plunged the nation's economy into dire straits. So it goes on. As since Tuesday, the Naira has been trading at 1,000 to $1, signposting Mr. Tinubu's flopped experiment to float the national currency. Despite Mr. Tinubu's repeated assertions that he is different from his predecessor, his actions demonstrate that the apple does not fall too far from the tree. So that tells you, so that last comment already tells you that this is an unabashedly prejudiced news. You say it's a news. That word news, I use it advisedly because you cannot describe this sort of commentary, this sort of presentation as news. So this is essentially a propagandist sort of portal that these people gazette. Yeah, and we get a lot of our content from here, but on the advisory, that is a propagandist sort of portal. But a propagandist sort of a portal or not. So a propagandist sort of a portal or not. Tinubu, this is going to be a recurring decimal for for as long as Tinubu is president of that country, every 3 to 4 months, he will be going to Paris to have strategic meetings, which is to say that Sagbadewe injection. So the Sagbadewe injections is gone for his booster shot in Paris is essentially how to read that. There's no other way. There's no other explanation whatsoever than a medical stopover. So a medical stopover in Paris. But now let's now go to this curiosity. United States President Joe Biden appoints 2 Nigerian Americans as advisors. So it's really the names of these people that will strike the chord. The appointees, Osage or Imasoge. So that sounds like somebody from the Creeks, one of those Edo Benin types. So one of those people, the Sapele water people. So this is not a Yoruba or an Igbo person. So if the name Osage already is from those the Creeks, the South. The appointees are Osage, Imasogie, and Chinye, Aguamike. So it's one south and one southeast. Are part of the 12 members of the President's Advisory Council on Africa Diaspora Engagement in the United States. So it's not essentially a portfolio of any significance. It's nothing to do with foreign policy. Well, it's partly foreign policy, but not really. It's just a padded out little think tank, where you just put people. This is a political patronage sort of a thing. So of no significance, these are positions. The President's Advisory on Africa Diaspora Engagement. So not even Africa engagement, but Africa Diaspora Engagement. So essentially, Africans in America, what are they thinking? Go find out for me, sort of thing. The White House announced on its official White House website, chairperson of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri Arewa, said their appointment into the 12-member advisory council is a motivation for other Nigerians. The nomination of the 2 great Nigerians into the advisory council is a welcome development, she said on Wednesday in a statement by the commission spokesperson, something Balogun. So Chinyere Aguameke is a 2-time WNBA All-Star. So it looks as though she's an athlete, not a. Yeah, she does look. Those high cheekbones and those piercing sort of look. That's the type you find that with athletes often. And so if you saw the picture, you probably conclude that she was more of an athlete than an academic. So yes, Chinyere Aguameke, Chinyere anyway, is a 2-time WNBA All-Star from the Los Angeles Sparks and a full-time multi-platinum ESPN commentator and NBA analyst. Chinyere was the 2014 WNBA, so yes, is an athlete. So who is the other guy? What's his CV? So Osage, he is the chairman of the investment bank and SEC/FINRA, registered broker dealer. So he more somebody with a CV, but 2 Nigerians again make the list of Nigerians to be proud of. So Nigerians to be proud of. So let's go to this last readout, and then we go on to the Naira Marley clips with Reno Omokri. So let's go to this last readout. So I did say yesterday that the Labour Congress threat of indefinite strike was hearkening to the call of their paymasters, the Labour Party. And very quickly, the Labour Party come out to admit Labour Party throw weight behind proposed NLC-TUC strike. So what's quite is anything to bring down the government is where they are. This is where they are at the moment, but of course they are not going to succeed. The leadership of the Labour Party has declared support for the proposed indefinite strike by the Nigerian Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC to press home their demands for better working conditions. The party said it was in total support of any legitimate means to be deployed by Nigerian workers to press for better working conditions. This was contained in a statement signed by the National Publicity Secretary of the party, Obiara Ifo, in Abuja on Wednesday. So the National Publicity Secretary of which faction of that party is really the question. He said, the party therefore fully supports the resolution of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, and the Trade Union Congress, TUC, to embark on an industrial action slated to commence as of Tuesday, October the 3rd. We have followed with keen interest in the last 4 months various meetings between organized labor and various government bodies, including the President of the Senate, the Presidency, and the Ministers of Labor, as well as all efforts made by the labor leadership to get the government understand the magnitude of sufferings government policies have thrown Nigerian workers and the entire populace into since the enthronement of this administration. So that is a deliberate choice of phraseology, by the way, the enthronement of this administration, not the emergence, not the election, not the coming to being, but the enthronement. So that in itself a coded signal. So that subliminal message is going on there. Labour Party is not in any way surprised at the government's apparent indifference, insensitivity, intransigence, and recalcitrant. I don't know, maybe somebody got out a dictionary for Obiora. Labour Party is not in any way surprised at the government's apparent indifference, insensitive, intransigent, and recalcitrant posture towards the genuine demands of the labor bodies, because their usurpation of power was not sanctioned by both the workers and generality of Nigerians. Ifo further stated. So I wonder how long. I don't think this will go past. The Supreme Court should hurry up and come in with that verdict, because this is getting far too labored. We need to be out of this space. We need effective opposition, but we don't need this kind of people still campaigning for an election that is long gone. Ifo further said, Nigerians went to the polls. Okay, we're back there again. Nigerians went to the polls with the clear conviction of the government they wanted, but this was denied them through institutional conspiracy. Today, so what has that got to do with anyway, I suppose you can extrapolate and project. Today, Nigerian workers are being punished for taking a stand during the February 25th presidential election. Labour Party is also aware of the sordid conditions which workers, the majority of them being our members, are subjected to, whereby many of them go to the office on Monday and are forced by the prevailing economic challenges to sleep in their offices all through to Friday before they return home. Well, those are the economic realities of the times that we live in. Labour Party is surprised that the government claimed that it has removed subsidies on petroleum products and that it now generates more than 1 trillion naira monthly, yet it finds it difficult to address workers' demand. So yes, those two spaces, those two now, those two realities, they cannot cohabit. Those two realities cannot cohabit. So they can't live together. Those two realities can't live together. So I'm not agreeing with the Labour Party on anything, but this statement, these two positions cannot cohabit. They cannot live together. Labour Party is surprised that the government claimed it removed subsidies on petroleum products, and it now generates 1 trillion naira monthly. So if that obtains as truth, then the next statement cannot also obtain as truth. Yet it finds it difficult to address our workers' demands. So if the government is harvesting now a lot of money, and universally, including the government, we concede that the Nigerian worker is about 300% underpaid. So those two spaces cannot cohabit without a resolution. If you are harvesting quite a vast fortune and you know that these people are underpaid, then where is the difficulty? Of course, you don't accede, you don't concede, you don't give to everything they demand, but the negotiations shouldn't be as stringent as to be having series of strikes to land at a position. Daily, Nigerians are subjected to harsh economic realities where the inflation rate is nearing 30%, where a dollar is sold above 1,000 naira, and where per capita income has depreciated. Many families are withdrawing their wards from school over a hike in school fees, whilst our criminal activities are surging daily. We think that the Nigerian workers have shown enough patience and understanding. We are also using this medium to inform all our members and supporters to stock their homes with their necessary needs ahead of a long-drawn mass action until victory is ascertained. No retreat, no surrender. So no retreat, no retreat, no retreat, no surrender. But anything, of course, that will bring down the government of the day is where the obedience space is. So let's go to the Naramadi space. And as I go to the Naramadi space, I'll bring on the people that are assembled just to.
There's been a lot of speculation.
I'll bring on the people that are assembled just to kick things off. Thank you, Ayo, for kicking things off in that space. That is Ayo, of course, the official sponsor of this platform. So joining us are Sully from Amsterdam. Emeka joins us as well, somewhere in America. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko. The man, Bar Hamburg, Rational Mind joins us. Ekene joins us from Lagos. So still plenty of room in this on the screen for anybody that wants to join. There's the link for anybody that does want to join. But this next space is quite topical, and this guy stands accused. So let's see how he attempts to clear his name. So here is Naira Marley breaking cover and speaking to Reno Mokri.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. Over the last 2 weeks, there's been a lot of speculation, accusation, allegations around the death of a young Nigerian rapper, Ilerioluwa Oladimeji Aloba. His death has captivated the world. His face has been splashed on the mega screen at New York's Times Square, and virtually every major international media, CNN, BBC, the New York Times, Washington Post, NME has written about him, and the world has been captivated. What happened to this young man? How did he die? What were the circumstances leading to his death? Now, there's been a lot of speculations, accusations about his death, and they all seem to center around a young man by the name of Aziz Adesina Fashola. And facts seem to have just mixed in with conjecture. And today, I want Nigerians and the whole world to know the truth. And that's why we're interviewing the man known as Naira Marley, Aziz Adesina Fashola. Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, without further ado, because I'm not going to beat around the bush, Nigerians want to know the truth. And so we're going to go straight and directly to the point. With all the speculations, accusations, and allegations surrounding the death of Ilerioluwa Oladimeji Aloba, people have said, and it's been reported, that you had a hand in his death. Now, I'm asking you directly, whether indirectly or directly, did you have any hand in the circumstances that led to the death of the young man known as Mohbad?
No, definitely no.
Do you want to elaborate?
I want to elaborate.
Yeah.
I've been out of Nigeria from the 31st of August. I've been with my family up to date. I haven't been to Nigeria. That's one. Two, he's left Malian music since, I don't know the particular day, but since 2022. He's left Malian music since. We have not stopped him from dropping music or anything. He's been working with one PR or something like that ever since. So when I heard about his death, it was shocking to me. I was out of the country as well. So I have to find out what's wrong with him just as much as everybody's trying to find out. So I'm just finding out what's wrong with him online. I'm seeing all the lies too, but we have to kind of focus on the facts, like who was he with, how did he die? If you say, if you're blaming me, how did I kill him? I have nothing to do with his death whatsoever. I was so hurt when I heard myself. Nothing whatsoever to do with his death.
I mean, if you look at the laws of physics, if you are away, you're currently in Europe. I mean, if you are some 5,000 miles away from Nigeria, it's hard to see how you could be directly responsible for his death. That's why I said directly or indirectly. Now, he recorded a video, and in that video, he made some startling allegations. He said that, I mean, it was almost prophetic. He said, if anything should happen to him, that the world should hold you responsible. Now, why would he say that?
Today, I don't understand. I don't know why. I tried to get him help when he freaked out like that. I wasn't even in the country when he made that video. I was out of the country again.
When did he make the video? Do you know when he made the video?
I'm sure it was during the NDLA. I'm not really good at time. It was during the NDLA time when they came.
Okay, but the NDLA, they've since released a statement saying that they arrested 5 people and that Ilario Lua was not among those arrested.
Looking at the video again, I was getting information. Like I said, I was out of the country. So I was getting information from everybody that was there doing the incident, like trying to send someone to NDLA before I go back. I go back the next day. When I got back, they said Mohbad was not there. Mohbad was not among the people. Mohbad, I didn't have to bail Mohbad out anyway when I got back. So I had to, it was only Zeno and the rest. I had to bail out. Mohbad was already out. So it was that paranoia. It was when it was out. Zeno was still in with NDLA at this time when he made that video. I wasn't around. I was outside Nigeria. When he made that video saying, if you die, they should hold Naira Marley and the Malians. So when I got back, I did ask him and speak to him.
Oh, you met him physically when you got back?
Yeah, when I got back, oh, sorry, my phone. When I got back, I met him and I spoke to him to try to find out what was wrong. But he said he doesn't understand. He apologized.
He apologized to you?
Yes, he apologized.
Do you have proof of that? Do you have proof, like maybe a recording or a witness or anything?
Yeah, the second, like there's I have videos of that. I have videos of that, me speaking to him. Like the only reason I had the video again is because there's another time when I was in America and his girl called me to say he locked himself in the toilet and he wanted to kill himself or something like that. So I called him from there and I kind of recorded the conversation. I'm like, why do you want to kill yourself? You're king. If your family is stressing you out, because this time he was with his family. Well, all his family is around him. So I tell him, if family is stressing you out, just tell them to go chill. You're king. Do what you want to do. Don't kill yourself. If you kill yourself now, what do you want people to say? You just made video not long ago saying if you die, they should hold Naira Marley. What do you want people to say?
Okay, so his wife,
yeah,
because I don't know if they are legally married, so I'll just say his partner, his civil partner, called you and told you he was acting funny, was a bit suicidal. Is that correct?
Yes, like he locked himself in the room. This was after he made the video that I wanted to kill him. So I was so concerned for him. So I called him to just try give him rest of mind. Like, what's the stress? If your family is stressing you out, leave. I recorded that down. I don't know why. I just found it the other day. Then again, when I came back to Nigeria, I asked to see him because I know he's been bugging out. I asked to see him. He came. Luckily, I was recording that conversation too. I was just trying to see what's wrong with him. Because by this time, I didn't know what was wrong with him. I was trying to get help for him.
Okay, You were recording the conversations because he had made that video, alleging that you were after his life.
Yes, and then again, he wanted to commit suicide again. So he said, you understand? He said, B, I have to look after him. So in the video, I was just trying to find out what is wrong with him so I can be able to help. But he said it's only his mom and dad that understands what's wrong with him or something along the line of the video. So I said, okay, I'm going to speak to, let me speak to your mom and dad if they don't mind. He said, okay. That's when I went to his room. His mom and dad was in his room. I went to his room, which that video that's going around, which they cut the part they want to cut. I went to his room to speak to him, to speak to his parents to find out what's wrong. They said, yeah, the notice is not okay as well about something, but they need to take him to treat him or whatever. I said, no problem. I don't have an issue, but just make sure you protect him. Don't let him run out and start making noise in the middle of the night. Don't stress him out, and let him go with him.
Okay, so you said you have a recording of that incident.
Yes.
Are you willing to play that recording live now? Are you willing to play it for now, the whole world to hear?
I can play the one that's on my brother's phone. I can find one to play. I can play one of the one.
Yeah, go ahead and play, because you see, like this incident is not giving Nigeria a very good name, and the whole world is fixated on it. So the more clarity we have, the better for Nigeria, better for our music scene, our entertainment industry. So go ahead, play it.
I can play the one when I was in America and this girl called me to say he wants to kill himself.
Okay, play it.
And she surround her pẹ̀lú something tó ń stress ẹ̀. Mo dẹ̀ ṣàlàyé fún ọmọ pé last time bó ṣe fídíò sí pé if anything happen to you, Naira Marley àti Mariam pè mí. Nísìnyí ọ̀fẹ́ kò tẹ̀ láti wọn náà wò.
Can we hear her voice? Did she speak?
That's like one time bó ṣe fídíò sí pé if anything happen to you, Naira Marley àti Mariam pè mí. Nísìnyí ọ̀fẹ́ kò tẹ̀ láti wọn náà wò.
Can we hear her voice? Did she speak?
That's like one hour ago, still be there. To a money, to buy power and best, and kilo bomb so, but to check it already, but I'm not even buying one day. But then I share one power and two power and buying a simple to a like kilo bomb myself. I'm just looking after you. I need to look after you. I told you already. You shouldn't be stressed. Be free. Do what you want to do. And say what you want to say. Say it. If you say, "Oh my Lord, that remember I did my job," because say it, be free. You wouldn't feel like. I know you said you feel like nobody likes you, Abby. But if you don't feel like, if you feel like nobody likes you, no reason for you to kill yourself. Do you get? Because they're not showing it that they don't like you. So don't prove that everyone likes you. You walk off people, trust it. It's something in the back of your mind that you raise.
Is that the end?
That's just one on the video. I knew something was probably wrong with him. I was just trying to get help him see what was wrong with him at the same time. That's one on the video. I have another video in my house for like 17 minutes.
Okay.
And I was actually.
Sorry, I was speaking, not knowing I admitted myself. So that's Naira Marley, someone trying to defend himself. But that video that he was playing to Reno Mokri there, that doesn't in any way exonerate him. Because all we could hear was Naira Marley's voice. But there's a series of videos that he has subsequently released, or audios really, video audio really, where he recorded calls with this guy, Mohbad, where Mohbad was apologizing to him for the video he put out, saying that if he passes away, if he dies, Naira Marley is responsible. So he's trying to somewhat unentangle himself from that situation. But luckily for him, he had the foresight to record some of his conversations with Mohbad. So we have conversations around that. Solly will kick that off. But before Solly kicks that off, let me just present this as well. Nigeria ranks 6th in the world, 2nd in Africa for organized crime. So this doesn't come as a surprise, certainly as a disappointment. Nigeria is ranked 6th in the world for organized crime, according to 2023 Global Organized Crime Index. The report indicated that Nigeria continues to face a series of security challenges, corruption, and other criminal activities. In 2021, the last time the report was released, Nigeria was ranked 5th with a score of 7.14 points. According to the survey conducted by Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, titled Global Organized Crime Index, A Fractured World, which was released on Wednesday, the status of organized criminality in Nigeria increased by 0.13%. Nigeria scored 7.28 out of 10 points, making it the 6th in the world and 2nd highest in Africa, behind the Democratic Republic of Congo and ahead of South Africa. Myanmar has the highest criminality score, followed by Cambodia and Mexico. The report noted that levels of criminality are increasing worldwide, whilst resilience measures are falling short of meeting the threat. In the criminal actors category, Nigeria has 7.20 points, with an increase of 0.5, while it scored 8.50 in criminal network scores. The survey also shows an increase in the number of foreign criminal actors active in the country, as its scores increased by 0.5 in that category. The country also scored 5.54 points for the presence of mafia-style groups, and it's quite fortuitous, really, that comes just around the space of Naira Marley and his gang of Malians. The country also scored 5.50 points for the presence of mafia-style groups, 7 points for private sector actors, and 7.5 points for state-embedded actors. For the Global Organized Crime Index, organized crime is defined as illegal activities conducted by groups or networks acting in concert by engaging in violence, corruption, or related activities to obtain directly or indirectly a financial or material benefit. Such activities may be carried out both within a country and transnationally. Most common crimes globally. The report noted that financial crime has become the most pervasive criminal activity in the world, toppling human trafficking, although there has been a rise in human trafficking activities since 2020. After the financial crime, human trafficking, cannabis trade, and arms trade made the top 4 criminal activities globally, the report states. In fact, financial crime ranked amongst the 3 most pervasive criminal markets in every continent besides the Americas, where it is one of the 5 most prominent. After financial crimes and human trafficking, the cannabis trade and arms trafficking were identified as the 3rd and 4th most prevalent market globally. Crime in Nigeria. The Nigerian government has been battling diverse forms of criminal activities across the country in recent times. Kidnapping in the northwest and northeast, all theft in the Niger Delta, rising proliferation of drug abuse and trade, violent secession movements in the southeast, etc. Last week, students at the Federal University in Zamfara were kidnapped by armed men, although multiple reports states they have been rescued. Down south, the recurring spate of crude oil theft has not only destroyed the environment in the Niger Delta, but prevented the country from meeting its OPEC production quota, thereby denying her valuable revenue as crude oil price nears $100. So Nigeria are the sixth most criminal country in the world. And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So let's go to Solly to kick it off. So Solly, good to see you. Solly. Where are you? Solly.
Ojimuganja.
I just
Ganja.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
I'm here.
I went to go and pick something up. That's right. That last report sounds very, very biased. It sounds like something these Western people would write. But anyway, Sha.
How does it sound biased? Does it not sound true?
Don't they have crime organizations in their own countries? Where is Italian?
Yes, no, they listed all of these spaces.
I didn't see any Western country in this space.
All right. Yes, there's Myanmar. Myanmar is number one. Would you consider Mexico a Western country or
No.
Colombia?
No, I would not consider it. We know what Western countries, they will be doing as if they don't commit crime.
Actually, if they are saying financial crimes are the most prevalent, then you would expect to probably imagine that Western countries will dominate that list. Will top that list. Yeah.
Exactly. Where is Italian mafia? Is Italian mafia in Enugu State?
Even Italian mafia is out of the movies now. I'm not sure that there's really any mafia.
Right.
There's still Italian mafia. There's still Italian mafia. They still have problem with them in Italy. Even when they went to go and pick up Hush Puppy in Dubai, before they pick up Hush Puppy in Dubai, they picked up a Dutch person for that exact same crime, but did not broadcast it. Do you know how many Europeans they've picked up in that Dubai? Just the same way they've picked up Hush Puppy, but they didn't broadcast it. So all this kind of they know how to once it's their own stuff, they will cover it up very, very well. But once it's another person, I don't know why. They're always just so quick to paint everybody bad and put themselves as angels, but they are the ones that commit the most crimes. But anyway, Sha.
All right, let's get into it.
Where's India? Because Canada and India, they have some diplomatic role now, based on the fact that they accused India of killing, of buying someone in the Vancouver, BC, in Canada. So, what's the right?
It's an aggregate list now. They're not. It's not. One crime does not propel them to the top of the.
One man beg you this grammar, Gary. All these people are the most criminal-minded people, the most. But they will look at the other third world country as if that's where the crime reside all this year long. No, America should be number one on the list, actually.
Exactly.
Yes, especially when they're saying financial crimes are the most prevalent.
Followed by the UK.
Right.
Italy.
I was showing a video to a co-worker today. You know something they call jogging in America and in North America? Jogging.
I don't know. What does that mean?
Jogging is the street slang. It's when you go to a bank, and as soon as you're out of that bank, you enter into your car. Some group of young men will trail you to your house or wherever you are going. As soon as you park, they will either burglarize your vehicle or attack you while you are still in the vehicle, because they believe you must have, gotten some money in your hand. So is that not organized crime? Or it doesn't have to be on a larger scale. And who does it the most? I don't think
it's an aggregate now. It's not isolated examples. It's an aggregation. Of.
If you go to the prison and compare the population of the prisoner in the prison, both America and Nigeria.
Do you know that? Hold on. Do you know that in America, a good 60, I think it's actually even 70% of the Nigerians in American prisons, they're there for financial crimes.
You mean for Nigeria?
The Nigerians in American prisons are
Where
a
do you
good.
see that?
We covered it once on this platform. A good 60 to 70% of them are there for financial crimes.
Well, I don't know about that study, but what I've seen is that Nigerians are prone to, well, to some extent, because there was a time that we were almost becoming an uh,
Because
epidemic of
Nigerians don't do carjacking, they don't RAPE women largely. I'm not sure they are really fully in the drug dealing space. So the crimes that
let, let
the crimes that they are into the most are financial crimes.
let the obedient tells you the story about drug dealing.
Yeah, no, we're having we have a more senior conversation here, not obedient.
Where the
All right.
grandfather of the game himself is the head of the government, according to the
No,
obedient.
according to the obedient. You know, Prince Adewale was there just explaining it to them, but it went over their head just this weekend. You know, but anyway,
Yeah,
they can.
I watched it. It was really becoming more tasty because people felt, they believe what they want to believe, and they to just be rational for once. It was pathetic. Even on your favorite television channel, Asleep TV, but he had to school his co-anchor, and yet they didn't want to listen to him. Anyway,
Oh, oh,
Hello.
so
Hello,
let's
one
continue.
Hello.
yeah, back.
Sorry, before call,
Oh, all right.
sorry, before
Yeah,
sorry,
go on.
continue. Please, I beg to differ what people are saying. I understand that places like America, UK, even Japan here, we have crime rate. But there's institutions that control it and balance it. Now in Nigeria, it's just free for all. I said it before and I'll say it again. There are still 25 missing youth coppers kidnapped in Zamfara. Yes, yet not to account for them. Upon that, they are kidnapping every day in that area to act for it. The only one you will hear a loud call probably have some persons that have personality in the government. That you hear and you hear the government will try to make attempts, or if they have money, they will pay a lot of ransom to get them out. The list, I said it yesterday, like we were trying to move forward by telling we were ringing that bell to open the economy up.
All right.
The Treasury Department guy came the next day on TV to say, don't go to Nigeria. They listed almost 20 states. And somebody is telling me that the West are doing too much. It's not what about. The crime rate in Nigeria right now is beyond the rooftop, and we should acknowledge it. If you don't acknowledge it, you cannot fix it. Nigeria is bad when it comes to crime right now, and we should accept that. And it happens every day. Southeast, you cannot go. South or Delta, even to Delta, the list is there
All right.
kidnapping.
Let's only take the floor back. I'll try and get the conversation around quickly, but I want us to be a bit more Solly, to you. I think you wanted to come in at the Naira Marley space. That was what excites you, Solly.
Yes, yes. Just 1 minute before I get there. When I was looking at definition of organized crime, I'm looking at big, large-scale organized crime, not some little miscreants. Because when they are talking about organized crime, that's what they mean. But anyways, let's move on to the Naira Marley situation. It's just a very sad and scary situation because it shows, I thought we had left this kind of jungle justice thing, behind, but apparently it's maybe only in Lagos that they've left it behind just a little bit. Because when you give most of these people facts, when you give most of these people evidence, when you give they don't want to hear. They already have somebody they want to, they'd rather have a scapegoat than actually finding justice for Mohbad. Everything is cruise. I don't know if somebody has used juju to swear for the Nigerians in Nigeria on cruising everything, even matters that affect their life. They turn it I don't know how they do it. They just turn it to cruise, never ending cruise. That's what happened when they even went to go and do work for justice for Mohbad. They turned into cruise till they tear gas them. As in, so somebody like how like do they have to? I think they must have sworn for some of these people that you turn a work for justice into cruise. People are collecting number, they are turning into dating, they are gambling, they are smoking igbo. Eh? So this situation.
It sounds like you were there to know it in so much detail.
One man, I saw the videos. You know, Nigerians, they will not dull. They will tell the whole world. They will tell the whole world the rubbish that they are doing. Anytime they are doing rubbish, they always post it for the whole world. If you go to Cyprus, one man in Cyprus, if you go and meet a taxi guy, ordinary taxi guy from the airport is already telling you all the crimes Nigerians are doing. How does he know the crimes that Nigerians are doing? Because Nigerians use their own mouths to tell him. He doesn't even ask. They must always broadcast their illegality based on cruise. You know, so it's just I don't even understand them. I don't understand them. A old taxi guy will be telling you all the things Nigerians are doing. So these people, they were not even in Nigeria. How would they have committed the crime? If you ask any Nigerian, they would rather swear for you, they would rather insult you.
What do you mean these people are not even in Nigeria?
Hello, woman, please.
They were
Good
not in
evening,
Nigeria
everyone.
when it
Can I
happened.
interject?
Go on, Princess. Good to see you.
Yeah, okay. Concerning what this guy is saying, you say Nigeria like to cruise and like to cruise on issues. These are issues that is going on. Most of the youths, they are not employed, they are frustrated, and this is crime that has occurred. Violence occurred to one of their members. And then they are just expressing their pain. These youths have been pushed to the wall. So the little thing that happens will make them spark. And then when you are saying something about these guys are not in town, don't you know what organized crime is? They don't have to be in town to commit what they want to commit. They might even intentionally leave time to create an alibi so that they will do what they want to do. This guy has been crying out for a long time. He went to the station, made a report that this guy is threatening him. What did the police do? Nothing. Instead, this guy went and counteracted him and said it was defamation of character, and the police was asking him to come and defaming this character. I mean, let's say the truth and stop saying all these things.
Okay.
Princess, sorry, Princess.
Hold on. Before you come in, Dewali, let me play this 20-second clip that tells you what Solly is actually talking about.
We are black and black. What did happen?
Sure. Our guy retired.
What did the name?
Sure, Mohbad.
Mohbad?
Yeah.
Who be Mohbad?
I want Calabar guy when they say he work for your Ghana, Mali. You know, settle and I can sell people go kill him.
The Calabar boy work for your Ghana?
He work for your Ghana, and your Ghana don't want to, he don't want to settle him. So the boy don't come out, now he sell people go kill him.
All right.
So that's an example right there. The guy, he doesn't have a clue who Mohbad is, some Calabar guy. The way he said, it was just there to do fine boy and smoke igbo. And that was what it was there for. Was that not what you meant, Solly?
I've even seen worse videos. Okay, all right, Princess, you have a point. I was going to get to that. I'm not saying they are vindicated. I'm just saying let's just use common sense and let's look at all directions instead of facing one direction. Also, you had an excuse for Nigerian people. You are saying they are unemployed. That's just, to me, in my opinion, and I'm not trying to insult you, but that's just a rubbish excuse. When China had problems, they didn't go on the road and start smoking igbo and doing cruise. They organized themselves and they freed themselves. When Romanians had issues with their government, they didn't go on the road, start smoking igbo and start saying that they are doing cruise and turning every single life situation just because they are unemployed. There are more unemployed people in China than maybe even half the population of Nigeria. Do you see them doing cruise on the road? So it's just a rubbish.
Yeah, but let me say something about this cruise. It's not only Nigerian youths that are crazy or doing like this. In America, yeah, when they said Black Lives Matters. Did you see what happened? So this thing is all over the world.
All right. Can I reply that Black Lives Matters again? Now, you gave another excuse again because you keep on giving excuse for youth doing rubbish.
It's not giving an excuse, but I don't want you to downplay what happened.
No, I will downplay nonsense. I will downplay nonsense. You brought up no matter what you bring up, I will tell you what really happened. Now, the Black Lives Matter, they came. What did they gain from it? More people went to jail because the nuisance children went and started robbing people, beating people, burning down places, little things that
Okay,
they have
that's
in
why I'm
community.
saying
No,
that
no,
you
no.
have
Let
these
me
crazy
finish.
youths all
Let
over
me
the world.
finish.
It's not only
No,
in
no. Let
Nigeria.
me
You
finish.
have it
No,
all over the world. You have it in America.
let me
You have all
finish.
over the world, not only
I let you
Nigerian youths.
finish. I let you finish. Let me finish. Who were those youths? Were they not black youths? On top of everything, they now got scammed. Is that what you are defending? You are defending something that they never benefited
I
from,
am
and
not
even
defending anything, but I don't
you
want you
are
to
is a
castigate
defense.
Nigerian youth.
Is a
It's youth all over
defense.
the world
No,
that
no,
has issues.
Princess. The example is Nigerian, so he can only speak to Nigerian youths, and I don't think Solly is far from the truth.
But what I'm
Because
saying is,
they
I
treat
don't want
everything
this
with
issue. I don't want us to be distracted with all these side events. What is the main issue? The main issue is that somebody was bullied and bullied and bullied, and to the extent that he was beaten up several times. Is that a lie or it didn't happen?
No. I'm not sure that narrative even holds. Because I'm going to find the clip of the conversation that Naira Marley actually had with that guy, and they recorded it. That
But we
guy,
didn't hear. We didn't. It was only
You are
Naira Marley's
speaking
voice we were hearing.
emotionally now.
no,
Can we
there,
at least
there are other clips. There are other clips.
Okay, okay.
One
Go
if
man.
ahead.
if
Go
you
on.
are if you are
Please
going to
let us
if you are going
be.
to, you see, this is what me I wanted to avoid. This is why I don't comment online
Sorry,
on
if you
social
don't
media.
mind, and I just
All
for
this
one
kind of,
second.
no, just 1 minute. All this kind of emotional excuses. I'm not doing all these emotional excuses. I'm going based on only fact. I don't care if it doesn't sound nice. I
Not
don't
doing
care if it
emotional
hurts your
excuses
feelings.
because you are not a
You are
mother.
doing
You are not doing
emotional
emotional
No,
excuses
no,
because
excuses.
no,
you are
no,
not a
no, no,
You are
mother.
doing
no, no, no.
emotional
If you are
See,
a
excuses.
mother that
Princess,
gave birth
if
to a
you
child, you won't talk about
Princess,
emotional excuses.
But I don't really care. I really don't
Princess,
care.
that we still have some, fathers that are understood about, some of these sentiments that we are, looking at. What Soli is saying is that acting ignorance, acting stupidly should not be excused, even though they have a good cause that they are pursuing. But when it turns to stupidity, we should not excuse it. The organizer of that procession, they meant well, but the unscrupulous element among them decided to go south and start doing rubbish.
Please don't get me wrong. I'm not supporting those guys for behaving the way they behaved. At least they had the candlelight video. They did everything and they went. But
And
you know, anytime they have a good cause, you know these hooligans will take it over and cause a chaos with it. But what I'm saying is that something really happened that is, I mean, everybody felt it. This guy have been bullied. So does it mean when he was bullied, he was hallucinating? He wasn't really bullied. He wasn't beaten up?
All right. So then why don't we just arrest Naira Marley and Sam Larry and close the case? Since that's what everybody wants.
Solid,
All right.
if
Have
you
that
don't mind,
interjection. Yeah, have that
I,
interjection,
I won't,
and then
I won't take more.
hold on. After that, then let Solly just have the floor. Otherwise, the interjection
Yes,
will
yes,
elongate
I
the.
will.
Yeah,
Yes, I would let
yeah,
him have
yeah.
his time. What I'm trying to portray his point is that the one man you mentioned something earlier, the video that you played, where Naira Marley was trying to justify, his relationship with Mohbad, so to say. We should be wary about one-way recording of whether audio or visual. What is the motive behind the recording of all this conversation that took place between him and the deceased? Okay,
Thank you. Thank you for
we
asking
should
that
we should
question.
consider that if somebody right now, Walmart, if I'm recording you, I'm having a private conversation with you, and I'm recording you, that means I have a motive.
Not
Okay,
really.
but no. Well, there must be something that will trigger me to say, you know what, I want to record this conversation
Not
because
really.
when they were, I
But he
can't just go.
mentioned why he recorded it now. He said because
And
he had
you
put out
know,
a video. Hold on. Because he had put out a video that he was after his life. He was trying to kill him. And since then, when they have talk and so he will record him so that, he can have something, for his defense if anything happened to him in the future. So it's not that he said it was after he made that recorded song that Mali is after my life. That is why he started whenever he had any discussion, he will record him. So he didn't just recorded him
Okay.
for yeah.
But the fact that it's not even within the country does not still exonerate him. Like Princess said, look,
All right, Dewale, hold on. Listen to this. Listen to this. This might well add a bit more light to it. Listen to this.
You are the king. You are the king. You are the king of your own world, not me. I don't control your world. You're no more. You're free. You're the king of your own world, which means but I want you to be a king around yourself too. So on that day, I like that. Anybody don't stress there. The ones that come back for boy, tell them no, you are the king. What is suffering already? The last time I went to the church, I'm going to go and so you may not show me. I'm going to heartbreaking, but me they like it because me that's what me she want time about it in love me man do me go. Say they like it. In the church on this obey. No, but me take part on you. But all the time, phone hasn't cut off, huh? Yeah. No, but me take part on you. Because got different things. Then different people like. I'm Christian. So why you go see church? You want to worship prayer because me I don't really like to hear and feel. If I go to anywhere now, they might feel like we're unique. Yes. So that's why everything has been helping me like that. I just need somebody to trust my word. Yeah, but who can you can trust your word though? You say you need somebody, pick somebody that you can speak to. Pick somebody. If you can't speak to your girl, you don't need them around. You can't speak to your dad. Oh, need the one. So my do one. Oh, give me one every day. Ni. You meet different girls and you the basso or a bounce or a mingle. You don't want basso. You're gonna help it's gonna help your stress. So yes, if you don't have no one to talk to, sometimes it might be strangers you want to talk to. Sometimes it might be someone you know. So it's your godmother Jacob money, king in here. So yeah, Oba them was son got to fair ni. Got to fair luma so. Oh, you're not gonna make decision, but you're not gonna make decision, Lori. I'm not just from last time I just saw for nothing to wanna kill yourself. You know, you said you're not okay. We're still checking doctor, waiting for doctor scan. Bad tablet, bad treatment. If you're not better, we'll go back to doctor again. Do you get? All right, sir. But you are the king. You are the king. You are the king of your own world, not me. I don't control your world. You're no more. You're free. You're the king of your own world, which means but I want you to be a king around yourself too. So on that day, I like that. Anybody straight.
All right. There was a series of these videos released. So that was Naira Marley speaking to Mohbad after Mohbad released a video saying if anything happens to him, Naira Marley is responsible. So there was another video.
One man, are we sure that was when this video was that was when this event occurred?
How do you mean?
It could have happened any other time. He's saying that he made this video after.
You people just want him to be the criminal.
I'm
Look
not
at
saying
what
he's
he has
the
saying.
one, but I'm saying
Can you even
what
imagine
I am
what he
saying
has
is that,
saying?
are we sure this is the sequence of the
you
event?
just wish it. You
I'm
just
not
wish
wishing
it.
him.
That is your wish. How did you even get there? You can't even back it up logically.
This is a guy that
just
has come out
making
to
things
say
up.
something that they should thank God that he has not become a serial killer.
See,
This
no
is a guy
matter
that had a bad criminal record in Peckham in UK.
And
This
so
guy
what? And so what?
and you see that? You see
Does
that?
that make him a killer? Do you have proof? I can also say you are the person. Do I have proof?
Of course now. I don't even know if he has paid you to come and defend him.
Okay, see, you can do that when it is your turn. If you don't have anything to say and that you can back up logically, please don't interject. I don't like emotional interjections.
But I don't want you to be saying rubbish, okay?
Okay,
don't say things.
then you
I
say
don't know
your
if he
own
has
thing.
paid you to come and support him.
Okay, now what I'm saying is rubbish.
Okay,
Something that I can back up
let's try.
logically.
Let's try.
Something that I can back up logically.
All right, before you go ahead, Solly, listen to this. I think this may well speak to the space that our princess is speaking to.
So few but 1 hour ago, long few feel very and she's surrounded ó dẹ̀ ṣe surround rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú same thing tó ń stress ẹ̀ mo dẹ̀ ṣàlàyé fún ọmọ pé last time ó ṣe fídíò sí pé if anything happen to you Naira Marley àti Malian team ni nísìnyí ó fẹ́ parẹ́ ìwọ náà wò tó.
bẹ́ẹ̀ gbà yẹn ni ìgbà tí mo fi bẹ́ẹ̀ gbà mí ò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ̀ it's just this nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ explain fún yín ọ̀nà.
ó fi bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ó fẹ́ parẹ́ mọ́ báyìí.
No, feel them.
But that's like 1 hour ago ló ń fìlì bẹ́ẹ̀ tó tirẹ̀ mọ́ ni yàrá tó bá parẹ́ ń bẹ́ẹ̀ sìn kí ló bọ́ máa sọ ọgbà tó ti ṣe fídíò rẹ̀ di pé Naira Marley fẹ́ pa ẹni mò ń bèrè tó bá nígbà bá ṣe tó bá parẹ́ níbẹ̀ yẹn sìn tó tirẹ̀ mọ́ kí ló bọ́ òun yẹn máa sọ.
All right. So he started recording him after the guy put out the videos to say that if anything happens to me, and Naira Marley is responsible. So I think he had to do that. But back to you, Solly.
That's true.
So
anyway, Solis, I'm sorry, I don't mean to attack you in any way, but what I'm saying is that it's just a situation that this guy, to me, he has been bullied. All that time he was showing those videos that he was bullied, that Sam Larry and these gangs were going after him. That's enough, you get? Because, like, to me, that's bullying. Bullying to an extent that it could make him lose his mind and he could become paranoid and become psychotic. So I don't mean to attack you in any way, but I'm just pained about, his death and everything.
Okay. You said you are pained about all those stories. Did you see any video of it happening?
What about those ones that he put online that he was being beaten up?
It's a yes or no question.
I saw the ones that he was being beaten up.
You saw a video. You saw
he put that video up that he was being beaten up. That was once when he was recording that he said Sam Larry came into the studio.
Did you see? Okay, yes. Did you see Sam Larry beating him? Yes or no?
No, but according to what happened,
he would know beating him up now. What point are you making? Sorry, you ask some odd questions sometimes.
I know.
And the guy said Sam Larry.
We heard Sam Larry's voice saying, "Oh, the Chrome be
Okay, can I speak? You are not letting me speak, and you are just insulting me.
Nobody is insulting. Don't worry about the insults. You are the grown up.
I did not insult you. I took back my word. I said I'm sorry. I don't have anything against you. I'm just saying I have to apologize to you.
Can you just let me speak?
All right, speak now. All right, have your monologue to that space, and then we carry on. All right.
You said you are coming.
No. Hold on. Sorry. No. Can you hold on? Leave whatever it is that Princess said. Can you hold on? Leave whatever it is that Princess said, because if you reference her, then she will have the rights to reply, and then we will loop around that again. So just speak to the Naira Marley space. Carry on.
In the Naira Marley space, everybody is saying that he was beaten, but nobody has seen any beating. Nobody. You are blaming somebody, and when you are asked to show proof, nobody has proof. Somebody wasn't in the country, you change the narrative to sent people. You can't even view outside. They are asking for DNA. Why is it that when they asked for DNA, this Mohbad's wife, his sister, filed lawsuits to people asking for DNA? What are they trying to hide? If that is his son, will you file lawsuits? Will you be scared? What are you afraid of? But people want to go based on emotion and sentiment. They want to blame somebody who was out of the country, somebody who had to record himself, because somebody that is mentally ill is blaming him for something that has not happened. This Mohbad was a mentally ill guy blaming another person and then apologizing in secret. You are blaming somebody in public and apologizing in secret, and you are asking them, why is he recording it? So he shouldn't protect himself. He should just be a complete victim because you hate him. He should be a victim because you hate him. There are plenty people in Chicago who have by 10, 20 people. Do you know why they are not in jail? Because without reasonable doubts, you cannot be sent to jail. This guy has so many excuses, but the hatred. If you want him to go to jail because you hate him, just say that. Stop using excuses. Stop going around the corner. I'm not saying he's innocent. Maybe he could have sent boys, but where are the boys that he sent? Who was with him? You people don't even care who he was with. You don't care who took him to the hospital. You don't care about who he was hanging out around with. You don't care who injected him. You don't care about any other person who was at the crime scene. You are caring about somebody who is 5,000 kilometers away because you hate him. That is how justice is done in Nigeria. That is why I avoid plenty Nigerians that talk with emotions. Recently, I've started because they will put you in trouble. This kind of Nigerians, they will put you in trouble just because they hate you, not because you committed crime, just because they hate you, and they will make so many excuses why you are the criminal. But
so why is the reason why they will hate
finish?
Him? You say they will hate him for what? Will Nigeria just hate somebody for no cause?
You see another excuse to hate him.
No, I'm just asking you. You say
another
they hate
excuse.
him. What was the reason why they hate him?
Somebody does not have to cut their hair and wear suits for them to be a good person. There are plenty evil people that do that.
Solely, you don't understand the angle from which
there is no angle. There's no angle.
Hold on now.
Hold on. Let's sorry. Let Ajande Koko make that point. Sorry, let Ajande Koko make that point, and then you bring it home. Yeah.
You don't understand the angle from which Princess is speaking from. Princess, if you listen well to Princess said Nigerian state failed that guy because he wrote petition. His lawyer wrote petition to Nigerian police. He mentioned all the incidences and he mentioned names in those petitions, and they failed to act. Although the last time we had this, Baba said that police tried to invite them, those he mentioned in the petition, and himself to come and sit down, they can talk over. But that was a stupid strategy of investigation. We never know how investigation is carried out in that manner. If I accuse somebody that is after my life, to the authority, the police, it's left for the police to investigate and not bring us together, because I wrote a petition, investigate and unravel the truth. So what do you call it? President is simply saying is that Nigeria did not act, police particularly did not act appropriately, fastly enough, in response to his petition. If they have done so, maybe they will have saved his life. And, it doesn't mean that it's giving excuses. It's not giving excuses. They failed. So whatever he wrote about Ramali and all the rest, if police have acted quickly, carried that investigation, maybe they will have detained him and something else will have happened. They will have got to the truth and they will have put those people in detention and investigate them or take them to the court. So don't say Princess is giving excuses. No, it's not excuses. She's just trying to let us know that, look, the situation wouldn't have resulted this way if police have acted in the right direction. So that's my take, Soli.
Yeah, thank you, Baba. Thank you, Baba.
Okay,
That's
wait,
exactly
one,
what.
1 minute. 1 minute. Can I reply, Ajahn? Now, how do you know that they didn't do investigation and they didn't find any proof? How do you know?
If you listen to me, I said.
How do you know?
How do I know what?
That they didn't do the investigation and they didn't find.
I have told you, if you are listening to me.
If you are listening to me, is getting somewhat direction.
If you are leading to me,
both of you are actually right,
to me,
but you are going in the wrong direction. Both of you, your submissions are right. What Princess said is also right. What Solis said is right. Solis is trying to say, look, we should not criticize or crucify this guy because we don't know the truth until the investigation is out. But Princess is saying, look, this guy cannot say this guy doesn't know jack about what this guy is going through. I can't just come out and say, you know what, they should hold one man responsible for what I'm feeling, because I just don't like the face of one man. Then I will go out there and public in the public. And then one man will now do a video with me and say, Ogbeni, how are you feeling? You are the king, rule your world, go and be sleeping around. Go. You see, sometimes we don't know the man of criminal. If you have dealt with criminal before, uh, criminals will be in the house. The Godfather, they will be directing affairs out there, and they will cut off that link to them. In as much as we don't know the truth, I don't want us to be one-sided and say, well, Naira must go to jail or Naira must not go to jail. Let us wait, because this guy may have mental health issues, but triggered by what he was going through. There's no way something would not happen to him for him to say, you know what, they should go after Naira if I'm dead today. So for him to be having that, see, if you have dealt with people that have been bullied and subject to what do you call it?
I'm not sure we can go in that direction because hold on. In that clip, with that recorded conversation between him and Naira, he withdrew that allegation against Naira. So it is more likely. Can you hold on just 1 second?
He didn't know he was being recorded.
Okay, just go on.
He didn't know he was. He didn't know. Wait.
I've not even made the point I wanted to make.
Sorry,
just let people make a point now to your long. What I was going to say was that the guy clearly was having mental health issues. I've seen demons in his head,
It is possible. But you see, people with mental health don't just bring names. They don't just wake up and say, you know what, it's this person that is doing me.
They do.
Wait now.
But why his name? Why his name in particular? Why not
this
any other
guy
person?
is a known fact in the industry that he was beaten by his former record label, to the point that there was a video shoot video clip that surfaced online that it was even people invaded that scene and beat them.
He didn't beat him. He didn't beat him. That is a lie. That's a lie.
His colleague.
Why are you saying that? Why are you present?
One man.
His colleague in the industry. His colleague in the industry.
Hold on, everyone. Hold on.
Let me land this point real quick.
All right,
let me land this point real quick. His colleague in the industry, both Omoni, called what is his name? The guy with the green red dread then. And then Bella Shmunda, that's actually my favorite. Both of them were together in the Malian circle before. They both of them actually granted interview and spoke in favor of this guy to the public. So if the situation now turned around and now said, well, it didn't happen that way because this guy has mental breakdown. But what led to that? For his colleague to have spoken in his favor in the first place. So they must have witnessed. They are the first-hand witness to what he went through in the hands of this record label. Look, if I have upper hand against you, guess what I will do? I will try to look. Well, sometimes this argument, we may be arguing about this until the truth comes out. Those first-hand witness knows the truth. Even in the industry, they know this truth. But I wouldn't want us to castigate Naira and his crew. Let us wait for the investigation to conclude. But if I'm the one doing the investigation, I would not exonerate any one of them. As a matter of fact, I will put them in the same boat and I will start sorting things out. Because video or no video, there is always motive. There is always motive. That's what I want to say.
All right, hold on, please. Hassan, come in and then round it up. Sorry, Hassan, come in. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Yeah, one man, what I wanted to say was that there is no, having a common ground on this space, really, because it is an ongoing investigation, and one way or the other, people are going to, go with their gut feeling on things like this. This is something that is, we are jumping the gun here, all of us. And what is ideal for this kind of issues is not even to discuss, who is guilty or not around it. Maybe we can discuss our processes, how our institutions are failing, kind of things that make things like this very difficult, to reach a logical conclusion. But as it is right now, everything is just too raw. and people are just going on social media and saying things. If there is anybody, if that we should all be listening to, it is the police. It's just unfortunate that in Nigeria there is no much trust, in that institution, to the point that people can, fold their arms and then expect that the police will, do their jobs and do it well. And that is what is, disappointing on all along these things, because you see, Nigerians have reached a stage where they don't trust any of their institutions. So a lot of people feel as if without protesting, without all this social media pressure, that there will not be an investigation in the first instance. Now that creates this kind of feelings that it's either some people are going to be victimized, people who have been tried on the media trials, or on the other hand, and that guy that died would have died in vain. And there at the end of the day, there will be two different possibilities. It's either those people are caught, or his death might be entirely natural. That is also a possibility.
You know something, Hassan. I was just waiting for you to learn to say exactly what you just said there. Nobody even know how he died yet. Never mind say
Yes.
if he was killed or not.
Yes, the police has not released any outcome of their investigation. It is not yet. They are not yet done with the investigation. So conjecture, some clips, 2 minutes, one clip there, one clip there. It's just so
Please, I
too
have a
early.
question. Please, I have a question,
Mm.
Hassan. Yeah, my
Yes.
question is, as a police, is it true? Sometimes these social media stories, you can't really believe 100%. Is it true that they've been invited for questioning?
Of interest have been invited by the police for questioning. Obviously, there are some who are not around, and the way the constitution works is that you can have counsel at this stage of the investigation. You can have your lawyer. It becomes evidently clear that if the police have reason to suspect that you are one of them suspects, then they are going to need you to be available physically. But I think at this stage of the investigation, they are not yet done to the point where they will point fingers and say they are point A point, but they will have people of interest. It's a very wide net that they throw, and then they go diligently. A lot of things go into investigations like this of murder, and the kind of society we live in, we do not have the best of so we don't have the best forensic anthropologists, we do not have the best labs, we do not have a lot of these things. But I trust the Nigerian police, they will do their best. It's just that will that their best be enough at the end of the day? Because already this is polarizing. I don't think that at the end of the day, whatever outcome the police bring, Nigerians are going to be even satisfied, because people are now grouped into camps. Those that want to see some people, become scapegoats, and those who just wants to see some form of justice for them. What happens if at the end of the day Mohbad did have an ear infection, or Mohbad did die from a complication from that ear infection? I don't think a lot of Nigerians will a lot of people will agree that that is what happened. But the thing that happened with this guy, I think, speaks to our social realities, in the sense that whatever it is that is happening there, since there is an element of his mental health, and then of course it is obvious that the environment he was, it's an environment of criminality. The gang he is with, people keep bringing the issue of drugs. If that cycle is a cycle that takes drugs and things like that, people have overdosed on drugs and died naturally, then themselves are not naturally but by mistake.
There's a reason
Drug
why a lot
addicts,
of people probably trying to
drug
blame him for their own reason. I don't know why.
Sorry, carry on.
Drug addicts, they've had overdoses. It's something very, very common. It happens with drugs, an overdose, or they take, they get complications from some adverse effect of some form of drug or something like that. It is possible, and it is entirely possible that it is the criminal cycles that is mingling with, or or it is his mental health. Sometimes when I have seen some of his videos, he sounds as if somebody who is even bipolar, because you see him sometimes, very happy, ecstatic, and then you see some of his videos also like he's having, he's in a depressed state. Sometimes he's in a manic state, something
Yeah,
like that.
please,
I'm
if I
not
may say
saying that is the
something,
case.
please, if I may say something,
Mm,
I think this, people would have not been polarized. People would have not been, agitated with Naira if, like, he hadn't come up with all these things, allegations that he was being bullied, he was being beaten. Anybody could die. A child could just, the babies die. People have health issues and just die. People could just have severe heart attack and die. But what I'm saying is that the reason why this
yes.
guy's name is being mentioned is because there was some there was some insinuations that he was saying if he ever
Mm,
passes away, this, I think that's why the society just turn around and say, okay, his death is not natural. Because other
yeah.
musicians have died and they have not been accused that they were being somebody else, was caused it. But I think it was the
Yeah.
circumstances surrounding his death that made it become very suspicious that some others were involved.
Okay, but he also
Yes, I
made
do
mention
agree
of
with you
that
to some
about his wife too.
extent. To some extent, please let me respond.
He also mentioned something related to about that nature to his wife. But I think Hassan has
We
done a
can
beautiful.
barely hear you, Emeka. We can barely hear you.
Okay, I think Hassan has done a beautiful job explaining this. All we can do is just wait for the police to come to finish the investigation. Let's stay patient. Let's take out emotions out of this situation. But I know the public has already condemned the young man called Naramali. Regardless of the outcome of the investigation, he's not going to escape this. In the fact that the public has already, given their verdict. So it might affect him financially in terms of take a hit on his music. Public view, some sponsors may not want to deal with him anymore because there are also video clips saying that where he was claiming to be a gangster. So sponsors would be clearly want to avoid him. There's no winner in all this. He's going to be held liable for specific actions that he has done in the past, which is quite sad. And I think it's also a warning to the youth to be very careful and to conduct themselves properly in open spaces and likewise in the public. So don't go about and be emboldened by criminalities. It's quite unfortunate for him. Clearly, from what he's saying with Renault, I think he might not have a hand in it. But does he have an idea what may have happened or what's going the circumstances the Mobad was going through? I think he might have his own opinion, just like we also have our own opinion. But let's just wait for the police to conclude their investigation. Hassan was doing a brilliant job. I just decided to chime in, because it was going to another angle. Clearly it's a case of someone who is not fit, who is depressed, having some mental issues, and whatever triggered that mental issues may also be from his wife, may also be from Naira Mali, may also be from too much family responsibilities, either from his mom, either from his dad, or from anybody. But he was not, a normal adult going about his business who has his mental health intact. Okay, but we pray for him to, his soul to rest in perfect peace and be with the Lord.
All right.
In all this. Thank you.
One man.
All right, brilliant.
One man,
Yeah.
please, real quick before you settle this out. Is Diwali still there?
No, Dewale left. He'll
Okay.
be back in a moment.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So, you see, these, I think one of the things one way they could narrow this thing down is all the people that are involved in this guy's situation. I'm not touching the law enforcement agents who are handling this case, their job, but it's just my own suggestion if anybody's listening. But then if I say this as well, the criminals too could cover their own track. But I'll just say it this way. um, there could be some kind of financial inducement here. They know what to do on that. Take a look into all of them, all whatever financial inducement, all the people, narrow it down to what account, what money is moving, who pays who. I think from there, because definitely whoever does this thing, whoever is involved in this guy's death, they must have been handsomely rewarded, sort of. So all these people, take a look into all their bank accounts, and maybe that way you can narrow it down. They know what to do as to that. Let me not go into details because if I have to go into details, then some of these criminals, they know how to go. So anyway, yeah. So yeah, financial inducement must have been. I mean, some kind of payment must have been done. So narrow it down to all of them through that means. That's all I have to say, woman.
All right, brilliant. Wrap up that space, Solly, and then we move on.
You see, now I'm at the point of wrapping it up when everybody will not be able to calm down and not be emotional about what I'm saying. But anyhow, Sha, see, exactly that money thing too. Everybody has been taking this money and been donating it to the wife. They've been donating it to the child. You are not even 100% sure that that is his child because the wife has refused to take DNA test. She has been filing lawsuits. She has been blaming people instead of taking DNA test. They've given these people over 50 million naira and they don't know who they are giving it to. And they don't want to investigate. They will give up all the excuses in the world not to check because that's the narrative they want. This Mohbad that you are claiming, that you've been shouting, that you've been ranting was blaming Naira Marley. He blamed his wife too. But everybody wants to pretend that that did not happen. Everybody is pretending that that did not happen.
They should look towards his family as well for that horrid burial within the day sort of thing.
One man, but they don't want to do it. They already have the victim that they want to crucify, just the same way they crucified Jesus. The wife was saying they should go and find Naira Marley. On what claims? Are they not even scared? Why is the wife telling you to go to this direction and she's blocking every other direction? What claims does she have to tell you to find Naira Marley? And those tears seemed fake to me. And you are telling me, and why is she saying it?
What's the determination of a fake tear? You are already prejudiced. Is that your prejudice showing? How do you determine that it was fake tears?
Well, man, I've seen women cry plenty tears in front of me. Plenty. The moment I show them that I'm not falling for it, the tears disappear. Crocodile tears. Yes, children do it. Women do it a lot. We are not dumb.
All those Dutch
women crying plenty in front of you. Women crying plenty in front of you.
Yes,
àbí kí ni bọ̀bọ̀ yìí sọ kẹ̀ wọ́n máa ṣé ò ń gbọ́ ọmọ ẹ̀ ṣé ò ń gbọ́ ọmọ ẹ̀ sọ wọ́n máa.
Ó ń kò bókò wọn bẹ̀yẹ nìyẹn. Àwọn ọmọ aláìgbọràn ó ń bọ̀ wọn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́.
He had so much experience with women. Years of experience.
So ń béèrè who is your daddy lọ́wọ́ wọn ni.
I know. Tó ń jẹ́ kí gbogbo wọn máa sunkún. Ó ń fún
Who is your daddy?
Ó máa burú gan. Ó burú gan tó ń jẹ́ káwọn obìnrin máa sunkún bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Ó mọ fake cry àti ó mọ fake cry àti.
Princess. Solly is a Malian now. Don't you know?
I think so.
He's a Malian.
No,
Malian, Muganja.
But not up to the point that I'll say that, oh, Naira Marley is not guilty. Let them do their investigation, but let's look around. Don't just point one finger. You will let the real person escape.
In the African culture, Solly is a real African. In the African culture, talk about Ikuba, ìyàwó ni number one suspect, ìyàwó ló pa.
I'm just saying we should investigate everybody.
Not just only
the person I suspect, the people I suspect. The people I suspect were the people. Yes, now, even in the West, the number one suspect is the wife or family members. You can check any Western country. That's always the number one suspect. So it's not just a Nigerian thing.
Sorry, they are
always trying to think that me, I will be soft on them. So, okay, for example,
Baba Jali Koko.
You were surprised. Were you surprised to hear Ajale Koko say, "Who is your daddy?" That's what.
Yes.
So okay,
he brought this point home very easily.
Yeah, go on, Hassan.
I just wanted to say that where are our babalawos, are all those our spiritual African spiritual people? This is their time to shine now. Let them come and do their incantations and tell us and save us all this back and forth.
Mike is Babalawo. Mike, come up, oh. and Babati. Mike, where is Babati? Oh, these are spiritualists. Oh, I want Sheshe niye oh.
What is it? What is
Agbára what you agbára síta oh.
One man, how are you? Can I just one man.
Yeah,
Good evening, everyone. Yeah. One man, sorry, I'm actually at work making some dollars. So but I have to come in just for 3 minutes. If you don't mind, please. If you remember, guys, I've been asking questions lately, like 3-4 days now, when I've been talking about mobile. This is not so. This is Thomas.
Yeah, carry on, Thomas. Thomas only has
yes.
a minute, so let him. Yeah, go on, Thomas. Yeah.
Yeah, I have just 2 minutes, please. Okay. I've been asking questions that if somebody were being bullied, can they take their own life? You remember there was not incident of this guy trying to commit suicide. But with the audio one man played today, there's a tendency that this guy commits suicide. One man, am I right?
No, you shall I tell you what I think, Thomas? I think the guy, I think he is falling into a lifestyle that his body does not accept. The excesses of that music industry, all the drugs and all the debauchery and whatnot. And then it's clearly, some people are susceptible to mental health difficulties. And those sort of people, they should stay away from drugs. So the drugs, the mental health difficulties, if you look at his family background, the culmination of all of that, I think he died of excess. That's what I think.
Yeah, I also agree there.
Yeah. So Mama, you see, you can't rule out the fact that we're asking this day a question that can somebody be bullied and take their own life? I just want to come because remember I've been asking this question.
I don't think he took his life. I think he overindulged. That's what probably happened. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, one man. Yeah. See you guys. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Back to you, Sonny.
Yes, I also agree with Thomas. I agree. As in, that would be if I was to choose the options, that would be my number one option instead of blaming this, blaming that. Because this guy was with some people and nobody's talking about those people. And it's not as if I'm defending Naira Marley. I'm just talking about Nigerian culture. When I was living in Lagos, do you know how many times somebody in the market would just shout Oli? And before you know it, they will carry tire and kerosene and burn this person. And later on, you will find out that this person was innocent. Do you know how many times I saw that with my own eyes? So I don't like those kind of things. Police will come to bus stop. You will see people just because they are sagging, just because they look like miscreants, they will pack them inside bus, take them to prison, put them in kirikiri. Some people for 10 years, they will be there. These people are not criminals just because they look poor. They turn them to criminals. And you will see Nigerians saying, yes, they are criminals just because of how they look, just because of how they behave. It's not good. That is called jungle justice. This is what they are doing. If this Naira Marley and Sam Larry come to Nigeria, and I'm so sure that some Nigerians will try to buy them. For what? For what? You don't even know if they are guilty. You are just doing jungle justice. This is what I'm saying. I run away from emotional Nigeria. I run away. I literally do not talk to them again because they will end up putting you in trouble. And okay, you are saying, why did he record somebody blaming him? You don't know how people behave. Anytime a girl talks to me or comes to my house, I record some audio, I screenshot the messages till she gets back to her house because you don't know what people are capable of. You don't know. So me securing myself, does that mean I have motive? Or am I just trying to protect myself from crazy emotional people? You can't just be blaming somebody because you don't like them. That is jungle justice, and it is not right. Let them do investigation.
Nigerian I ever hear you, Solly, speak sense. This is the first.
I know. I always speak sense. We just don't like my point of view.
You are off.
That's what
Oh, and also I've reduced my Igbo intake, so maybe there's that one.
Yeah. Omar, can't you notice that this guy? Didn't you notice that this guy is just more of a senior person today, talking with sense?
Yes, now that's why we encourage him to stop the Igbo. We knew there was a brilliant mind there behind the cloud of Igbo.
I'm so glad you.
No, the rational mind is even saying it. That's what even is interesting there. You that you are elegant in city people, you say you are saying so. Okay.
So the next person we're waiting to speak sense, rational mind, but maybe we might wait till kingdom come. But carry on, Solly.
So yes, this guy was bullied. There's no doubt about it. But I never, ever saw any video of them physically harming him. Even the worst video where Sam Larry came to attack them, he just scattered the place. He never for once hit the guy. That guy had mental issues. That guy was behaving like an emotional female high on drugs. And the kind of drugs I'm talking about are things like meth, things like what's the name of that pill that they used to pop? Ecstasy. I've seen people take it. I know how they behave. This Mobad was behaving exactly like that. These people have emotional problems. They always try to use drugs. When I was in university, do you know how many Nigerians died like this? And it was always drugs. They were always behaving like this before they died. So I've seen all this thing with my own eyes. You say, oh, they are killing Nigerians there, they are killing Nigerians there. I went to university with these Nigerians. It's those Nigerians that killed themselves. Not any white person, not any racist. It's these Nigerians that buy themselves. Let me not say that word too much because of YouTube. So let's not do jungle justice. People that suffer from jungle justice, you've not seen it with your eyes. I've seen it multiple times in Lagos, multiple times. It was horrific. Innocent people, just terrible. So yeah, that's just my submission on this issue.
Oh, all right, brilliant. I'm not quite sure any more can be added to that. So let's move on from there, and let me bring Rational Mind into the conversation, and let me bring you in, Rational Mind, with a clip. So we're going back to the Obasanjo space and the frog jump that he made those Obas do. So now you know how the Yoruba space has reacted, but here is now Obasanjo in the palace of an Oba. But what happens next? Is this an apology? Watch this, Rational Mind.
Say anything here today, even if it is just a word, we want to hear Papa's voice. The last time we heard his voice was on TV. We know it's hard to say it, so we want to hear the voice of Papa here today. And we want to hear from Papa, very quick one. And thank you, Victoria of one.
ọba ń kí ọ bàbá aláìlúwa ń jẹ́ o ọlọ́fin àkẹ́sí olóde ń jẹ́ àṣẹ bàbá àṣẹ wà àṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá.
So that was Obasanjo in the fullness of an Idobale in front of the Olota of Ota. So that came out now shortly after the frog jump that he made those Obas do. So is that Obasanjo signaling an apology to the Yoruba space? Rational Mind.
Well, I thank you, one man, and thank you everybody for being here today. For me, I think I saw this morning when I was listening to this is it Our Eyes. For me, one thing I just want to say here is this: these are two different states. You know, the one where he was talking to those Obas were from Oyo State, where Sheyi Makinde, I think, invited him to a function, and the Obas, they refused to give honor to Sheyi Makinde. I think the Ogun monarchs, they are very strong, like the Olota of Ota. Oh my goodness! I mean, that country, they run that country. Way back in the 80s, I remember Ota. It's a very it's a hub of its own. Like besides Lagos, I think maybe because of the proximity to Lagos, makes it very, very relevant. Next to like the Egbas, I think they said they are Aworis. Ota has a lot of very promising. It was promising that Ota was going to be a very, very an extension of Lagos, But what we see today is just the reverse. I'm just speaking of the glorious days of Ota, way back in the late 70s, early 80s. So that monarch, the whoever becomes that Olota of Ota, is one of those, if not first class, Ogun monarchs because of the wealth, the promising, how promising that area is to become a very well developed part of the state. But well, everything now is a shadow of itself. The last time I was in Nigeria. Many of the roads there are mess. So let me just go straight to what you're talking about. Just trying to make you understand, give our viewers a little background. Some of our viewers who don't know much about Ota, the relevance of Ota, and mind you, that is where Obasanjo farm is. There are a lot of industries in Ota. So I would look at it that way, as that we're talking about two separate states here, Oyo and Ogun. Ogun monarchs are very, very, should I say, very powerful in some ways. Because you know the Ogun people now, among the Yorubas, they seem to be the most dominating part of the Yoruba people. But do I see this as a kind of like a PR, kind of like, okay, he's trying to reverse himself? I mean, maybe we could say that is it, that's what it is. I think himself suffered a lot of backlash because a lot of people rose against him. In the likes of um, the Nobel laureate
Shoyinka.
Shoyinka could ridicule him or make a fun and make a jest of him the way he did when he made some kind of remarks that sound like he was just making a kind of like was being smart by the way he spoke. Well, for me, I just see this as maybe a way of apologizing to the rest of the monarchs. But I would suggest he goes and kind of like tender that apology to the monarchs from Oyo State. Those are the ones that he disrespected. I don't think Obasanjo would disrespect any Ogun monarchs the way he disrespected. That I'm not trying to stir. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to stir up some kind of contention here between the Oyo and Ogun. But what I'm trying to say is this: Ogun monarchs are very, very powerful.
The Yoruba Council have been asking the Yoruba Obas to withdraw all of the titles given to yeah. Do you think that should happen? If he has no regard for the culture, then why should they carry a title
That's what I'm
from the
saying.
culture?
There will not be. I don't think there'll be any. What do you call me? There will no uniformity there. Maybe they can only strip him of whatever title they must have given him in Oyo access part of Yoruba land. But the Ogun, I doubt the Ogun or Oshun or Ekiti or your Ondo or the rest of them who want to strip him of that.
Are you saying it was a disrespect to the Oyo monarchy,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
or to the Yoruba monarchical system
Yeah,
itself?
it's a disrespect to the Oyo monarchs. That's what I would say. Because I've not seen him, but you see the context again. Like I will want to say, I will use the word context sometimes. The context too. We have to look at the context of that reprimand that they gave to those kings. It was in the context that they dishonor. Like he said, he was right. Obasanjo was right that in Yoruba land we consider two things equal and age. Equal in the sense that as in one's position and one's age. Those are the two things we usually look in Yoruba land, Yoruba culture. No matter how we saw how we portrayed it before the Olu of Ishekiri, Olu of Wari, how he portrayed it. I mean, this is someone new, and I mean that it could pass as his his grandson, if not great grandson, to Obasanjo. But then he portrayed it to that guy. He gave him a real, he paid him homage by the Yoruba normal way of Dobale before an Oba. He did that. That was a far distant young person to him. But then I don't believe that the context is we should not drag this in too much.
Rational man, please, I have a question, please.
Okay, I'm listening.
Yeah, my question is, does it make sense for you to disgrace me out there in the public and you are privately coming to apologize? If he wants to apologize, why doesn't he make it an open apology?
That's just it. Obasanjo is the kind of person that doesn't give apology. He doesn't. I've never seen him apologize for anything. I mean, I had somebody say that, which made me start thinking about the guy, looking at his incident. He's the kind of person that thinks that whatever he does, he has Ashegbeni, as in whatever he does.
Rational mind, if you don't mind, let me say something to Princess. Princess, forget about the story online. Obasanjo was not actually apologizing. Obasanjo, even in his statement, he used to dobale. It's a thing that he does normally, to dobale for Oba. It's not as if he doesn't dobale. But he said in that particular occasion, it was like a state organized event, and the protocol there says that the highest authority there, as at that time, you refer to the governor of the state, which happened to be Makinde. So it's not as if Obasanjo goes to these people tomorrow, he will still dobale to for them. It's not as if it's not going to dobale. But you say at that point that people should not undermine the power of the state that Seyi Makinde is representing.
Exactly.
I don't think Obasanjo will see Oba in his palace and will not prostrate. That is that he has been demonstrating it not today. So it's only that we are politicizing this thing now, and we are misrepresenting the true situation. That's the way I see it.
Well, it just for me, I'm just trying to look at it from two angles. That I don't think he would ever address any what's it called, any Ogun monarchs that way, the way you address the Oyo monarch. But that's not to say that we should also not consider the context of what happened, where they kind of disrespect.
Mind. Let me bring it to your notice.
That
it's not had before. Obasanjo has tackled the Alake of Egbaland, the current one.
Okay.
He tackled him before. He told him that he is far above him, and that when it comes to seniority, that he will consider himself as a senior, both in the military and in anything in life, that his home boss, that is the Alake boss, he was the one writing the appraiser of his home boss, who happened to be Buhari, when Buhari was the president. So I think it was one kind of political issue that was happening back then. I can't remember. And the Oba was kind of siding and, on the side of Buhari. And that was when he ran that statement against him. So don't say that he cannot say it to Oba. Because that one said something. I cannot remember vividly. That one said something against Obasanjo back then. Then Obasanjo replied him that, look, you are even junior in everything to me. I mean, you are nobody, because your boss, while we were in military, I was the one writing his appraiser. So you are nobody. So he insulted that Oba when that one crossed the line against him. So just to let you know that.
All right. Well, maybe I'm not privy to that history.
Current,
but the only one I know is the not too far from that Ota too. There was one monarch there that when he was president, that when the monarch passed away or maybe like that, he said he shut down the palace. He said he would be the one to come and become the next Oba. What's a lot of? Is it Oto? I mean, one of those. There's this not too far from Ota there, but I think he shut down the palace. I think when maybe the king died, he said he's going to become the next king after he leaves office. I don't know how that went. So but then that's just as far as that what I know about the Ogun issue saga of what about how Obasanjo got himself enmeshed in one of the I don't know. Let me not go into details. So my point is
Rational mind. Sorry. Rational mind. Sorry. Just give me 2 seconds to say something about this Obasanjo issue. And I don't think it's a big case to be making it big. If you guys are explaining it like this, try to say Obasanjo is like that. You can talk to any Ogun monarch or Yoruba monarch. If so, there's no point talking about it on national TV or national platform. If your culture requires you guys that anybody who has attained a political position can disrespect monarch position, then there's no point talking about it. It's being clever by half. Regardless what you are, Obasanjo is a chief. A chief cannot uh, uh, correct or address a king in the public or command the king in the public. It's two different power. When he was a president, he was a president. Now he's not a president. He's a civilian. He's how they call it? I said, what do people use for them? Public servant. He's a retired public servant. Now he has a chieftaincy title, and he's coming out to defend that what he did is right. And you both
No, I'm
some
not
are
supporting
defending.
it.
Hold on. Let me land. Some are defending it. Some are trying to explain. Now this is the outcry that the Nigerians are crying like, let's give our traditional rulers some power. Let's give them the respect. How do you bring notice to the government? But the people showing respect for their traditional rulers, so that the government now say, okay, even this guy Adeboye, is that Adeboye? Before Buhari left, he was like a confirm. He make a public speech, a pastor like, we must give rule and respect to our traditional ruler. They must have their rule. Now Basha is doing this to the Yorubas, and we're talking about it on the platform. Why we should talk about it? Why we please sit down into you guys? We are trying to repair something that you guys are destroying it. I was saying somebody is right or wrong.
Word piece. You should recognize. I mean, you should look. Yoruba culture does not place the Oba in a position of God.
Well, you understand one thing. There's something something about you. Sorry. There's something
you
be.
You go on.
See, there's something you don't get at Coco. Culture is like a dress you wear. Tradition is your body. Anywhere, both Yoruba or Lagos, Igbo, you know that they're Coco. You cannot use culture to suppress over tradition. Tradition is tradition. If Oba is 1 year old, you give him that respect. If
don't you see him in that palace, the way he was prostrating for the
Forget palace. What you do inside palace not is important. What he did outside, the public has seen.
Okay. Are you telling us now that what the Oba did for not standing up for the highest authority?
That is not. It's not for Obasanjo to decide. It's not the public spokesman. That's the question. It's not the public spokesman for the Obas or the governor. Because if the governor did, that's fine. Not him. That's the problem. They are used to watching. Most people don't know the damages. In 10 years time, I tell you, this thing that Obasanjo did, you see it. Maybe now we'll get to 10 years. Maybe 5 years time. You will see what we're talking about.
Please? Just
for 30 seconds.
If him, as the former president, can stand up for the governor and the Obas,
it doesn't matter. It's a civil servant. It's a civil servant. It doesn't matter. It's a civil servant.
Don, let us balance it.
Okay, continue. You guys should continue. Don't worry. No, sorry.
May I contribute, please?
Okay. Look. Yeah, you will contribute, sir. Yes. Look, let us balance it. We are not saying what he did is absolutely right, but at the same time, we cannot exonerate the Obas that they did well as well. They did do well for not giving honor to the highest authority of that state. That is what they did.
I don't think an Oba should stand up for a governor. Like Wopi said, is just a civil servant.
Who is the highest authority in the state?
The highest authority has to be the monarch. If you're talking about the constitution, yeah.
One man. Sorry. One man, I challenge you. Hold on, one man, I challenge you.
Hold on, what we currently have,
Princess.
The
Sorry.
governor represents the highest authority of the land, and if
the
governor does not give them staff of office and the certificates to be Oba, they cannot operate in the office. They cannot assume the position of office.
Exactly, yeah.
So Baba, please, I have a question, Baba. Please, I have this question concerning Obasanjo. He was a president. He's no more a president. He's an ex-president. So if we want to follow English rule, the governors have power more than any other person in the state. But if we want to follow the traditional way, then the Oba has right to. So to me, if we don't want to recognize the Obas, then let's relegate them and push them away and don't even consider them in any way. But if we still think the Obas are important in the society, then we should give them their due. We should honor them. I mean, there's a way we would have reprimanded them than asking them to jump up and jump down. Like, I mean, that was a disgrace.
It was a
Me.
disgrace. It was some sort of disgrace. I mean, Obasanjo could have do it in a more different way. That is more tactful than
National mind. Rational mind. Sorry, I challenged one man to go and bring Oshomole past videos when he was campaigning. There's what we call a niggas in Benin. They're not even ballad. They're a niggas that's dukes. Oshomole is kneeling down. Anytime he goes there, he kneels down. When the Oba Benin, can you let me go far? When Oba Benin,
World peace.
hold on, please.
You are going too far. You are going too far.
Hold on.
What about the Esema? Esema at the palace.
Wait, now you hold on. Let me say that one. The recent one, when there was this election that brought Obaseki back, the Oba Benin, all of the ex-governor were there. Yogo was there. Shomole was there. Obaseki was there. Shaibu, it was warning them. Go about it. You were constantly on their knees. We have to respect our monarch. We don't have to bring it down. Please.
You have to look.
There's no one can be explaining this. It's wrong. It's wrong.
The way you operate in Benin is different from the way we operate.
Forget how we operate in Benin.
Okay.
Yeah, so, human beings. They are tradition.
Hold on. Tradition. But when it comes to the public space where you see the government presence, the constitution is above everybody. And in that state, the governor is number one citizen and not the Oba.
But the constitution didn't say that Oba should be disrespected openly or admonished in the public. The constitution didn't say that. It was not a place of Obasanjo to treat those Obas the way it did. And this altar video is just Baba's arrogance. He's trying to apologize with style. Because
yes, I agree with that. I agree.
If you go to an Oba's palace, hold on. Wait, let me explain. If you go to Oba's palace, if he's on throne, you dobale immediately. If you sit at the palace waiting for his arrival, as soon as he arrives, you dobale until he sits down. But this one, they are all seated, and then it was called. It was like a ceremony. It was like a ceremony. So he just half-heartedly trying to, because he felt the heat. For the first time, I was surprised. He felt heat.
But then he will never apologize. That's the one thing about.
Hold on. What of the one that he prostrated to the Oni of Ife? What of the one that he prostrated
no, that's not what we're saying.
To the Olu of Wari? What of the one that he prostrated? He has prostrated.
I'm not saying he has not done that to the delight of everybody. He has done that, but this is a man. I mean, you saw something you don't like as an elder, as our father, as our foremost leader. I mean, it was not in his place at that occasion to do that to those Obas. You don't spit into tradition.
Yeah,
you can go in later. They will have their privacy later, and then admonish them. After all, he's a letter writer. Can't he write them?
Exactly that too. So you see,
the only thing there is that you said is using that style to apologize. We are saying Obasanjo has been doing it even before the sacrilege.
Yeah, but what Baba is saying is that this one specifically was geared towards an apology. That's not to say he's not prostrated in the past.
No, just because they are following the camera doesn't mean it's just because of.
No, they are all seated. They are all seated, and they hold microphone and start announcing. Yeah. No, when you go to an Oba's palace, if he's seated on the throne, as soon as you enter, Baba in his presence, and if he's not there seated, you sit down, wait for him. As soon as he's coming, you dobale.
But Baba, why are you pointing to Tinubu, to Obasanjo alone? You see others sitting down there as well. You don't know what.
That's why I say it's stage managed, Baba.
Hold on. You don't know what happened before that time. Everybody there, look at the camera. If one man want to open it again, it's not only Obasanjo sitting down. They were all, maybe they call him for a particular, but we don't know what has happened before.
That is what I'm saying, is stage managed.
But saying that he was doing this for show, he wasn't doing it
for show. It's for show.
Sorry, Baba. What Ajanle Koko, what Baba described, it lends more to your narrative because Baba is telling us, and as we know with tradition, as soon as the Oba comes in, you do the dobale. You know, so they were all seated. It was well choreographed, and then Obasanjo was
they have
announced.
done that. Maybe they have done that. Maybe they are giving him another recognition, special recognition, and that is why he went to the
So
Oba
he
again.
dobale again for the second time.
Yes. Look at the show
They
the
started
video.
recording right
Show
from
the
the
video.
beginning.
You
Now,
see
why didn't they
everybody
start
sitting
the
down. Not
recording
only
from the
Obasanjo that
beginning?
was sitting down.
And
Everybody
that is
was
what we
there
call
sitting
stage
down.
managed, because what calls
It's
for the
not
second
stage
dobale,
manager. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́
assuming
ẹ̀
you are
like
correct.
Ọbásanjọ́ lẹ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí. Wọ́n stage manage.
Baba, they should have started the recording initially
Let
when
me
he
say
came
something.
in, when he
Ajale
dobale
Koko.
to Oba. That
Let
was
me say
when they should have
something
started the
for.
Hold
recording.
on, let
But they
Princess
stage
land.
managed
Princess.
this. They stage managed this, and to me, Obasanjo was not diplomatic at all. There's a way he could have corrected those Oba pé ẹ jẹ́ àfihàn fún ẹni tó ní àwọn tó ní ìdí ẹjọ́ ó yẹ ká dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún he could have said it pé number one person ní state wa rèé ó dẹ̀ yẹ kí gbogbo wa ká júbà fún ẹjọ́ àyìn bàbá mi ẹ dìde o. You know, it's a way he could have said it in a very respectful way. Not jump these people up
Exactly.
and drop them down.
Obasanjo has arrogance. He's an very
That's
arrogant
too
person.
much.
Àwọn àkùkọ wọn tó ti gbórí wọn fún kọ̀lọ̀kọ̀lọ̀ jẹ́ ńkọ́. But how can Obasanjo
It doesn't
command them
matter.
fẹ́ dìde
It
and all of
doesn't
them
matter.
wọn tẹ̀ nájẹsára rárá ni? Àbí bá àwọn wọn tẹ̀ ní ìkankan lára.
Wọn bá ti ta ọ̀fà sí seriously kí wọ́n fagbára hàn.
They are political kings. That is why you see them being commanded like that, and they follow command. And
Princess and Baba, you see, when you are political, you are political. Let me tell you something now. Let's shift you away from Obasanjo. How many times have you seen Tinubu visited a king? You've seen Tinubu visit a king, and this man will never dobale. The only time he tried to bend little a bit was when he went to Oyo State, when he was campaigning. This same Tinubu was the one that was standing before the king and say, he was telling a cabinet like that.
Tinubu is a kingmaker. He's a kingmaker. He's the one putting them there.
So
what does that even mean? What are you talking about?
So how is it different from what Obasanjo is doing now? You choose your crook. My crook is better than your crook.
Is that Adewale?
No, it's not
Adewale.
Ola.
We did not admonish Tinubu, so it's our fault. We should have called him out.
No, but you see. Well, excuse me, Ola.
That's the problem. No. See, all these politicians, they've been messing around, they've been messing up our traditional rulers. But when you don't like someone, you now amplify on that.
Trust me.
I don't take and go politics now.
We did not say anything about Tinubu because Tinubu is the kingmaker. He put all these Obas there. Because he put them there, you can decide to disrespect them now. He's the kingmaker now. He put them there for politics.
And that is fine with you, Rosemary. I mean, Princess.
Okay, guys.
All right, back to rational mind.
I've heard from everybody, and I think everybody has a point. I'm not the one to decide. Everybody will decide, but I just want to say my own piece. Is that you see? I think Obasanjo could have done it a different way than just that public reprimanding them publicly and then in a condescending way. And he could have and Yoba, Governor Seyi Makinde, I would like to have a word with you guys after this ceremony privately. I mean, like that. He could have done that. And then maybe right there in front of them and in front of Seyi Makinde, Gbogbo and Yoba, mi kò fẹ́ ṣe wájú kíní ni at least many understand if bá fẹ́ ṣe wájú kíní bá fẹ́ ṣe wájú àwọn public I will do that but kò yẹ yín láti máa ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ̀ ṣe tẹ́ máa gómìnà yín wọlé ẹ̀ wá jókòó. And you see another way I think we should so that we just settle this once and for all. Maybe they could codify it by the state legislature and just say, okay, during any ceremony the Obas are not allowed to stand. Well, they could pay their homage to the governor in any other way, but by tradition, we should make them
What happened? Am I still here?
You are.
Yeah, woman, I can hear
You are
you.
here. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
rational mind. You dropped.
Have I been talking and then I don't know I was muted?
Go to take rational mind.
Yeah, carry on rational mind. Carry
Yeah,
on rational mind.
I don't know if I won't talking. I was talking about Obasanjo. And,
Yeah, you only did for a micro moment, so carry on.
Okay, so yeah. So for me, I just feel like maybe we could just codify it and put it as a law that they were not or no bars in this state or in Yoruba land. Maybe this could be every state. We have to make their own law. Should be made to stand. That way, we know that nobody's going to bring that up. We have to give them that respect that they are exempted from standing in any public function, no matter how, regardless of who is attending that function. They're not allowed to stand. So maybe we could do that. But then you see, for me, it's just like everybody has a point. I know the Agbadorian people who want to vilify Obasanjo in this matter. And I know history has had it that Obasanjo is not the only first person to give a publicly reprimanding monarchs. We've seen Awolowo do it before. And we heard that one certain during the Western region, a certain
He did it against Deji of Akure, Obadeshida.
yeah, he said he did it again. That's Awolowo did it against Deji of Akure. And then there was another one, Oba, during the Western
And
region.
he was dressed down.
Whatever it is, but I'm just saying we all don't know. Some of us who know the story or who must have heard the story that they've been publicly. There've been time whereby our monarchs have been publicly. They've been reprimanded publicly. So Obasanjo, we should not vilify Obasanjo, but it's just that the manner in which he went about it. Let's not overflog it. That's how I see it. But then whatever you play to us, maybe that's another way of looking at it. That maybe he's trying to be apologetic. But one thing that I know about Obasanjo is that he will never write or say publicly that, oh, I apologize. But he want
He won't say it.
He want to like do it in a way whereby people will just read the body language that, oh, maybe he's sorry for what he did. Like we're trying to read from this video. I think that's what he's trying to do. Maybe perhaps I might be wrong, but I know he has suffered a lot of backlash from that public humiliation that he gave to those monarchs, because a lot of the Yoruba councils, different councils and organizations, they've been writing and they've been like condemning him.
One man, maybe you can help me here. There is something about strong men. They don't do apologies. Gani Fáyẹmí, Wole Soyinka, Chief Obafemi Awolowo. I can cite several examples. They don't know how to say I'm sorry. Do you know why?
It's ego now. It's ego. It's all about ego. They're egomaniacs.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is about them. You know, like some people say the alpha males. They just want to really show themselves to be alphas. Like, okay, yeah, who's going to be? I mean, they're on their own. They're on their own. They are another KBAC. That is, you cannot ask them whatever they've done. They've done it. We're talking about Tinubu here. Is that not so? I mean, I never even noticed that until the only thing I know Tinubu did that publicly humiliated a whole monarch was when he was saying in front of him, saying that, hey, lower me. Those kind in front of a monarch. I mean, like, but I never really suspected that he never portrayed before. I've never really seen that he never portrayed before a monarch. But that's a new thing to me right now.
He did before Oni. I saw that.
No, I don't know
when Oni was newly installed.
So for me, Omar, just to wrap up, yeah, we can condemn him for the public humiliation of those. There are other ways you could have gone about it. Maybe give them call them privately to himself and to the governor and say, look, the governor is above all of you. You confession níwájú àwọn èèyàn àwùjọ. Mo bá disgrace him, but mo ní fẹ́ ṣe because bàbá kìnìún kábíyèsí lẹ jẹ́ sí gbogbo wa. But ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kó come to an end, kó wá sópin. Henceforth, you people should please, whenever the governor comes in any function and you people are there, you must give him that respect by standing. You know. So, but if you don't want it, make it a law, codify it, make it a part of
it. I think they should codify it because
yeah, that's another way I think they should go about it, so that way we stop this humiliation of our monarchs. One man, over to you.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Over to me and over to Emeka, who hopefully is still there. Emeka, are you still there? Mekos. All right, let's go
I'm
back.
here.
All
I'm
right.
here.
Go to have Emeka. So to you, Emeka, do you want to speak to the talking points, or do you have any particular topic you would like to speak to?
Yeah, give me the talking points.
Okay. Let me give you the headline piece, which is 6 days after departing United Nations summit in New York, Tinubu yet to arrive in Nigeria. So now, how old is your daughter?
This is my son.
Is your son?
Yeah.
Let me guess. It's about not quite 2 yet.
Yeah, close to.
Yes, I can guess just from the.
my last boy. Yeah.
All
Okay.
right. It's keeping Daddy busy. I mean, yeah. So Tinubu, 6 days after departing New York, not back in Nigeria yet. They found him in Paris, having strategic meetings. He had a lot of those strategic meetings during the campaign, which were booster shots from French hospitals. So is this what is to be expected? That every 3 to 4 months, Tinubu will have to go to Paris for strategic meetings, otherwise known as booster shots from his doctors.
Well, if he's doing that for his health, well, we should encourage him because we want a healthy president to handle the state of affairs of the country, right? We do not want a president who is not strong enough in spirit, mind, and body to organize Nigeria at this point. Nigeria is really in a bad shape. If it's for his health, I don't have a problem with that. He's not a young man, so such situation is normal with people of his age. I also think he might do a final stop to the president of France and maybe have a pep talk with him on certain issues going on in Niger and to see how they can address that. But I don't have an issue with. Yeah, I know a lot of people want to poke their nose into the delays. It's understandably so, but regardless, if it's going to make him better, why not? Let him get energized and return back to work. Some days, we are humans too.
But it wasn't explained though. So the president leaves New York 6 days ago, and nobody then knows because his itinerary has to be a matter of public knowledge, so that we have to know where our president is. But nobody could find out until people started to notice that the guy was not around, and then they traced him to France, and they hurriedly cobbled together this strategic meeting, sort of a narrative. People speculating that absentee president Buhari repeated.
Well, like I said, it's normal, especially especially with the media who want to write publication about the whereabouts of the president. There are some media houses that specialize in that. I don't see anything wrong with it. Well, the good thing is that we now know where he is. He's in France, and probably for medical checkups. I don't have issues with that. Or for some other political concerns, who knows? But I would
Should
want
you
to
not have issues with that though? For all of the problems that Nigeria has, should we not have a president that is fit and able both mentally and physically? I mean, we're sufficient enough to fill that spot. So why are we always getting all these octogenarians that need to be supported by some hospital tube?
Nice keyword. Yeah, fair, very fair. But again, we can say Nigeria probably is not yet ripe enough for someone who is in his youth. Else the youth will go take power. But he has demonstrated that he's politically strong. And though we might say yes for his age, he needs to be supported with frequent medical trips. But again, the president can still organize the country wherever he is. We don't need to see him physically or miss him physically before we know that we have a president. He has appointed ministers in various organizations, various ministries and commissions, head of commissions. So let them get to do their job. And, this frequent medical trips is something, yes, we experienced it with Buhari.
Most definitely, we are going to be experiencing it with President Tinubu. But I'll be honest with you,
should you think it? Should you, Emeka? Should you think it should be a matter of constitution that somebody coming into that presidency for the first time? I'm not saying seeking a second term. So somebody coming into that presidency for the first time should not be older than the age of 61.
For us to get constitutional amendment, it's a tedious one, right? It's not something that we just take like you want to pass a bill. It has to go through the House of Representatives, Senate, as well as the 36th State of Assembly. Anyway, I don't have a problem with that if we are looking, if it becomes a frequent or it becomes a habitual situation whereby old men now come into power and then they are always absent while they are supposed to do their job. Even when you are working, if you take so much leave of absence, your employer will begin to question your situation, right? So we would need someone who would want to be at the helm of affairs and get himself organized. But I'll be very honest with you, woman, that's not my concern now. We have more economic pressing issues that needs to be addressed, and I'll be looking more at the current CBN governor as well as the Minister of Finance to see what they can do to address this particular challenge. It's a huge challenge at the moment. I don't know if you listened to CNS today, the economic space. They had a CEO from Dailies who really broke down the situation going on. Is a bad situation. So that is what we, if you now guess what, you see how the media would try to take our attention, divert our attention from something that is more pressing to us chasing shadows. We should be talking more about the economy rather than where's the president? Oh, he's in France. Oh, he's going for medical attention. Oh, what is happening? The main hit should be on the economy so that those who are responsible for it should feel that heat and that challenge and get to work. Let's not give them any sleep so that they can go and do what is expected. We're in a serious. I keep saying it, but many of us do not want to appreciate the fact that we're in a bad situation, right? Also, someone was on channel. No, I think it was on Arise. Someone was also on channel talking about how bad Emefiele made the country, borrowing the government, him and Buhari, ways and means. We are owing how many trillions? Some form of overdraft, but now we are now owing trillions of naira to the CBN. That is money probably not accounted for. A lot of mess has occurred as a result of what Emefiele did. So let the hit be on the economy and not the president. Yes, even if it is on the economy, he is still the buck stops on his decks. So while they are injecting him and plugging all the tools and machine on his body, he will be like, okay, hurry up, let me go back and go and see what I can do. You understand? So the whereabouts of the president, yes, okay, but not the priority. The economy should be the main priority at the moment.
Yemi Cardoso has been confirmed by the Senate. That went under the radar, but it's been confirmed.
Exactly, right. So he should be feeling the heat from day one, though he was talking about corporate governance, which is fine, because the CBN has been handled by how will I don't know, I don't want to insult him, I don't want to give him any names, but that man really made a mess out of the CBN.
He ran it like a one-man business.
Not only just like a one-man business, he ran it like an electronic shop. So they didn't publish annual report for the at least for 6 years during his tenure. They did a lot of nonsense in that place, and many of them, all from the deputy governors, not only they should all be in jail. I don't know why they are not currently in jail. Why is he cooling off in DSS? He should be cooling off in a prison, proper one.
Emeka, what of the Senate that did not do their oversight or did not take action against him?
Exactly,
the assembly, both the
he has the protection of Aso Rock.
He had exactly, you know, a lot of people were
No,
top
what?
people in this. A lot of people were top people in this. You know, like
What about
Ajani
Buhari?
Koko.
What about Buhari?
Ajani
He
Koko.
too should be cut.
Buhari,
Yeah.
we cannot excuse the president. That's President Buhari. We cannot excuse the cabals that were involved. But again, he's the foreman. He's the head of CBN. You know, when somebody tells you put your hand in fire, you should know fire will burn you. But you went ahead to put your hand in fire. You understand? To the point that they were even encouraging you to run for office, run for president. You know, you know, not only prison, they should be bringing him out every day and for morning, afternoon, and night and start flogging him. You know what he did with the CBN? He made you don't joke with the CBN. You don't also joke with the Ministry of Finance. You could joke slightly with the Ministry of Finance, but you don't joke with CBN. You understand? There's a reason why the Constitution said the CBN governor and the CBN must be independent. But this guy went and made a mess out of that place. Corruption was just dancing around everywhere. It was, you know, but the hindsight of this, or and the futuristic aspect of this, is that we're in a terrible situation as a result of what he did. I don't want to move, but Buhari enabled him somehow. But what he did, we're in a bad situation. We're in a bad mess financially. Like yesterday, we were debating about our short-term, resolving our short-term liquidity issues that forex. We now have to go borrow money to pay for the one that we have borrowed, right, and extend the borrowing terms. Then we will now start looking at mid-term and long-term planning.
Emeka. You see, let me say this before you continue. We've seen this script was reacted in different ways. What am I saying here is that
No, not with Sanusi.
Hold on.
Not with the not with
Hold
his
on
not with
now.
Emefiele predecessor. No.
Hold on. My point is this. What's his name? Buhari got there for the whole tenure of his 8 years. He was blaming PDP, PDP's whatever 16 years or how many years of mishandling of that of Nigeria. Now APC man in the person of Tinubu got there now. It's the same story. So whatever happens to I'm the most prepared man for this job. Like you people come here and tout, and himself says every time during the campaign. Because hold on. You assume this guy has everything figured out. As he's coming in, like he said, I will hit the ground running from the day one. And we'll start seeing at least a relief, a little bit of relief. But rather, what we're saying, it's like the same argument you're making here, blaming these people.
The difference here is that Tinubu is not, or his spokesmen are not saying, "Oh, we want to cast blames." That's the difference. In short, the economy is not that bad that it is not avoidable. It is not that bad that we have to say the truth itself. So the individuals who are responsible, Tinubu, Cardoso, and Edu, they are not coming out to say, "Oh, Emefiele was the devil, Buhari too was."
So, but why are they not
incarnate.
coming out to tell us the problem and what? I mean, why are they not open to
They've
us?
told us, Princess, we are not listening. As
Tinubu
soon as they came in, there was to be $35 billion in our foreign reserve. They wanted to access it, at least to take something. That was when they discovered that we only had 3 billion left. Other balance has the 32 billion has been securitized with 2 American banks. That is where our problem really lies.
You're right.
Expecting
You're right,
35 billion and you are meeting only 3 you can access. And
So,
Emefiele told them, guaranteed them that money is there.
Now, thank you for elaborating for
But
that.
didn't Emefiele know that they're going to get to the bottom of this if he's lying to them that the money is still there?
You know, his tenure is not finished.
Okay,
he only
I
resigned.
don't know, maybe,
okay.
but he, you know, I think that was why the cabal.
How we sure he even resigned? Have you seen the resignation paper?
But it was said that
it doesn't matter. They should even cut his head.
You see, this is what you people do. It doesn't matter. How to come?
He resigned.
Listen.
Rational man, I thought we have another CBA. Do we have?
Hold on. Yeah,
have they not announced the new CBA?
Announced it. But
so can you have 2 people at once?
We'll change the topic again, please. Princess, please.
Okay.
The point I'm going to say, yes. We have a new. Let me answer your question. We have a new in person of Cardoso. But the question is, we do not know if Emefiele resigned. We've not seen a public written resignation paper of his that he said he resigned. Now, listen.
When have we ever seen that before? When have we ever seen that before?
Exactly. When have we ever seen
When have we ever seen that? Okay, all right, you can say that. But
Yeah,
for
we've
me,
never seen that. You get to hear from the
as an
papers
investor
that
who wants to bring investment to Nigeria, and I'm seeing this kind of shenanigans playing out, how you do things without transparency. We can't even know what is going on. How do you expect me to go and
No. We don't know what. Hold on. What
How
are
do you expect
you always build on you always build your narratives on sand. We've never seen.
International mind fẹ́ gbó nìyẹn.
Hold on. Rational mind. We have never ever seen somebody resign in public office or the CBN, and then they publish their resignation letter in any. We simply hear an announcement that somebody has resigned or sacked.
Good question.
So this guy resigned. We were told he resigned, and then another person, which is the tradition. When somebody resigns, the government makes an announcement that the person has resigned or has been sacked.
Another person is in office already.
So what are you saying?
Can I answer your question now, one man? Can I answer your question?
Rational mind. The city code is coming to bulldoze your house. You built your house on sand.
It's on the sand. You better build it on the rock.
Now, one man, we've never had situations like this, whereby a CBN governor or somebody of a public officer will be kidnapped or arrested, and not even what's his name? This guy, when he was there, the EFCC chairman, when he was, we heard that he resigned, and now, I mean, because if it was never confirmed, let's just make sense. So my point is this: we've never had a situation like this whereby a CBN or any public officer will be put under house arrest, and the next thing we'll be hearing that somebody else is being sworn in. We never had that before. This is the first time it's happening.
After many months.
Yeah,
but again,
but my point is this: how do you expect foreign investors to come in when you have situations like this, whereby there's no transparency? And you wonder why we lack liquidity when it comes to dollars. I mean, foreign exchange.
Fair point. Rational man. That's a fair point.
And you're telling me that I'm bidding on the sand.
No, that's a fair point, right? Because like you have said, we've also never had a CBN governor that ran the CBN governor like it was running an electronic shop, right? Like it was all for him and he could do whatever he wants to do. So we've never had that kind of situation before. Other CBN governors have always complied with the CBN Act. This is the only CBN governor that has violated the CBN Act. Not only that, violated his constitutional right as a CBN governor, behaved
and he
as
drove the
irrational.
investors away.
Exactly, behaved irrationally. Also wanted to contest for a political position and contest for as the president. Was indicted for sponsoring terrorism. Was indicted for fraud and embezzlement. You understand? And at the same time, was running away. He was escaping when the new president won. You understand? When President Tinubu won away, he was running away out of the country. So why was he running if he didn't know that he committed any grievous crimes? So why shouldn't he be arrested? You know, with time we will get to understand the economic crimes that this man committed. Let's forget, people are saying, oh, he's politically masterminded. And we're like, okay, what was politically masterminded for someone who wants to go and change the currency within 1 week of the election? And people were dying. People could not access their phone. And this man bloody didn't care. He just didn't care. Then after that, we now begin to hear stories about the economic crimes that he committed, the fraud and the embezzlement he committed. We could see pictures and videos of vehicles that he bought for his election. Even he has not even won primaries. He has already bought vehicles. You know, a CBN governor is not supposed to be acting,
including armored buses.
You understand? So, we should not be sympathizing or trying to want to rationalize or trying to want to apply some logic into what he did. The best place for Emefiele.
Where is Bawa? What is the situation of his case in the hand of the federal government?
Bawa was part of the cabal too now. Bawa was part of the cabal. The main cabal, they've not even caught the main mastermind himself. I don't know why they are leaving that mastermind. Yes,
So you believe Bama is part of the
we can excuse
including
Buhari.
Attorney General.
Yes, we can excuse Buhari because you want to just give him that respect as a former president, right?
If
But
you are excusing Buhari, then you are not ready to fight the corruption now. If you're excusing Buhari, you are not ready to fight the corruption.
Hold on. Who is that main mastermind? Who is that main mastermind?
That's Buhari's uncle or his nephew, Abi. I don't know what.
He's an untouchable now. Are you talking about Abba Kyari? Or
Yes.
Mama Daura?
No, Mama Dara, not Abakari. Abakari is dead.
Yeah,
Mama Dara. So that's the main man. He was the one who told Buhari to leave Emefiele as CBN governor, right? And also, oh man, this
Emeka, if you don't mind, let me say something and you comment on it. You see, one thing is that we can rationalize all those people that Buhari, the current government should arrest, but look at the critical institution that those people who are arrested. Look at the critical institution they were heading. We are talking of the CBN governor that his policies were one of those reasons that even investors operating in Nigeria, they could not repatriate their money. Exactly. Look at that. You basically it was sending the foreign investors away. And secondly, his policy led to creation of hardship. How can you claim to be CBN governor and you didn't know that naira that currency change? What happened in India? It was a popular thing that even those people that didn't attend school at all, they know. And person occupying that position because of what you wanted, you impose hardship on people, and you could not even quantify that. That's a critical institution. Then you move to Bawa. Bawa was heading EFCC. You know how critical when you want to tell people that you are going to fight corruption. Those things you need the combination of the two to send the right signal to the foreign investors.
With you. Completely,
so,
I agree with you.
Buhari and co. Well, I don't know whether they are going to pick Malami or those later, but at least those two guys. Let us tackle the team first, so then we can talk of others later. At least
but
let us see the results.
While we're also tackling it, right, we should also come up with the Wale Edu and Cardoso must come up
Kyari
with
should come in.
As quick as possible, come up with solutions to address the economic challenge.
Please, can you please give me just this microsecond, please? I've listened to you guys saying that, and I'm just laughing. This is not political, but it's still going to go to politics anyway. Like Russian man said, when Buhari came in, he blamed Jonathan all day through, and we could see what he could do and what he could not do, and which was a good and bad thing. Now, Tinubu has come. The problem that he cannot blame what he brought. We are talking about Buhari is like if Buhari is a ANC Showore party. We are talking like Emefiele is a Labour or Rami is different party. These are all same APC. Now, who to blame?
Emefiele should be apolitical. That CBN governor role is not a political role.
He ran now. He ran for APC, under APC primaries. So let's keep that aside.
He wanted to run. He didn't run.
Wait, but he wanted. He wanted. Yeah. He printed buses. We saw it. So he has a political lineage like that. Now, what I'm going to say now is a big problem. If, for example, I wish PDP won this election, it would have been more better because PDP will something to blame for the next 8 years. And that would be for the optics. Okay, they did this, and actually we would have really known the damage of the country, and we would have put our mind to rest. But right now, the problem we are facing is double jeopardy. We don't know the damage of the country, and we don't want to blame. We blame one-sided. Then it will not really hold waters.
Do you know the audit report has been submitted to Aso Rock of CBN?
Yes.
Obazi.
And what is Obazi? No, Obazi. What's going to come out of it? What's going to come out of it?
Plenty.
Go after.
Plenty.
Hold on. If they want to hold on, let me land. If they really want to go after everybody on that CBN or whatever report that came out, probably Tinubu will be in finger too, because we know Buhari was free for all. No, not so big, but hold on. That is easy to say. It's easier said than done. But the reality we are facing is a double jeopardy. Tinubu hands are tied. Look at the ministerial position, appointment. You can see from the
Working.
ministerial position. Hold on, please, hold on, please. Allah, sorry, I'll give you time to comment. So look at the ministerial position. Look at the boundary tree. You put two people two people that knows nothing. One minister of defense and the other one whatever of defense. You know that's pure politics. He's playing politics now. So just wait for 2027. If he win again, that he has
We
a
have
free, then
had
he can rest
generals all
right.
along. Nothing happened. Let us try to lead them.
Hold on. No, but what?
Okay,
Let's
you know
hold
what?
on.
You know what?
2027,
Again,
Tinubu will do better. Now let's agree on that. This one, he cannot do anything. He's playing politics. Thank you.
What is, let me address
see,
that. Yeah, Emeka, if you don't mind, please let me address what is. You see, one thing is this: what Tinubu is doing now, it was played in between 1999 and 2000. And you know my position on this fighting of corruption. I don't go for damage control. When Tinubu did the audit of Lagos state government and started publishing the financial statement, what the report of audit did for him was to plug the loopholes and to start generating revenue for Lagos state. He didn't go after those people that were looting and those people that were enriching themselves criminally in Lagos state, but he made sure that they could no longer do it again. You understand? That's what Tinubu did that time. If you know the number of those people that is sent to jail that time, then you can please remind me. So I don't expect him to do anything differently. Like I say, running after Buhari, running after all those or other alleged fraudster or criminals in Nigeria that did that, he will end up achieving nothing at the end of the day. The best he can do now is how to prevent the like of a Mayfield going forward. That's what we need. So
yeah, I agree
to
with
me,
you.
But then he has another. Hold on. He has another Emefiele. Do you know that Edwin is an APC guy? And we're talking about the CBN that should be politically aligned to anybody. Edwin. Have you seen the report that came recently that in 2014 or 2013 when they were considering who to run with what's it called? Buhari. That
Yeah.
Edwin, Oshibajo, and what's his name? This guy, Cardoso was I'm talking about. Cardoso, was one of those people that were shortlisted to be running mate for Buhari. But Buhari had to choose Oshibajo because he's a pastor.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Hold on.
Cardoso refused.
That's not
Hold
true.
on. Let me land.
No, hold on. No,
Rational
rational mind.
It's
That's
even
not
missing
true.
it
What
all.
you are saying is not true.
Let me land.
What you are
I'm
saying
not
is not true. What
Let
Tinubu
me
told
land.
us is total.
Sorry, one voice.
What Tinubu told us is totally different from what you are telling us.
So
Tinubu said in Abeokuta when he made that outburst against Buhari that Buhari requested for 3 names for him. He requested 3 names for the position of vice president, but he knew that they were up to a game that they might not even pick any one of them, and he sent only 1 name, who was Oshibado. He said they requested for 3 names. He did say 3 names, but only 1 name to see if they want to reject Odibajo or for any reason whatsoever. He said,
correct.
So it's totally different from what you are saying.
What I'm saying is this.
So, rational man, let me say this and then you carry on. Gentlemen, let's have this, and lady, let's have this as an abiding rule going forward. If one person is talking, yield the floor to them. If we have more than one voice, it doesn't come across at all. But whoever the voice that is talking, land your points fairly sharply. So don't go on some elongated storyline. Land a sharp point, especially when you know people want to come in swiftly. Rational and carry on.
Yeah, real quick now. So, how can we say you said 3 names, but let's just leave that. Let us leave whether he sent 3 or not, or like you said. But the point is that Cardoso is a staunch APC man. How can you have a CBN governor? The same thing we're accusing, what's his name, Emefiele, of being he has political leaning with APC. Is that the same mistake that Mr. Strategy is also doing right now, bringing a member of APC to run CBN? So how free, how political or politically free of influence would Cardoso be running the monetary policies of Nigeria, not under the influence of Tinubu? So you see, these are
Rational
the things you
mind.
need to consider when you're talking about foreign
Yeah,
defense. So many things are talking.
rational mind. Your point is well noted. It's valid, right? Because this is we can't be playing politics with economics. It's wrong, and that's why we are in this situation now. We need to have a CBN governor that is independent. Likewise, we need to also have a CBN governor that can also work very well with the Minister of Finance, so that those two can coordinate things properly and get and our economy should get better. We should stop political interference with those two vital roles. Yes, the Minister of Finance can come from, can be political in the sense that, okay, after 8 years or 4 years, you leave. But the CBN governor, the Constitution has already provided that independent clause for the CBN governor, and we have to abide by that. We shouldn't be playing with politics and our monetary policies. It is going to continue to burn us. Is going to continue to put us into trouble. Now, let me also round up because I know I've been speaking for quite a while, so that somebody else can come in. Now, how do we solve this our FX situation? Like yesterday, I predicted that it could get up to 1,500, and I'm still standing on that prediction by December if nothing is done. We have to go and borrow money to resolve most of this problem. Now, the good thing is that our interest rate has gone up, and in the next MPR, where it's predicted that interest rate will go up again to probably 19%, which means it makes Nigeria a more viable country to put money in to yield some investment income. So it would look very attractive to the outside investors. I think that could be able to cajole them to bring in more forex into the country. But for us Nigerians, or for Nigerians who are in the country, it's going to be very bad because the higher the interest rate, the lower the purchasing power for them. People will not want to borrow at a higher interest rate, right? But that can be able to solve the problem. Then we have to borrow, and another thing they can do is they should recapitalize BDCs. You understand? So that these guys can come in and play properly in the I and E window. Let them recapitalize. Let's just probably have only 20 BDCs in the country, and with online platforms as well as physical branches across the country, so that the individuals who need dollars to pay for probably school fees, other remittance, and the rest can easily gain access to these BDCs, and then they put a restrict them to let's say 2% or 4% spread. They can't exceed that spread, and that will be able to organize that sector properly, because we have currency smugglers. We also have currency speculators, big time speculators who will not want to bring their funds into the formal banking system. Let the banks continue to deal with the high volume importers, and continue to do their letter of credit for them, as well as participate in the I&E window for them to get forex to be involved in their business activities. But the BDC should not serve the general public. That will be able to address some of the concerns in the short term, right? Or meet them rather. The short term is to borrow money to solve the liquidity problem and scarcity we are currently observing. The midterm is BDC should recapitalize, which will fall into the long term. The long term is, guys, no political interference. Everybody behave and respect yourself. Let's get to do the things that we are supposed to do properly and see how to get out of this mess. Else, we'll repeat this cycle all over and over again. Just like Ghana is insolvent, we might turn insolvent, and then we will now go back to IMF, and IMF will give us some very stringent conditions for them to give us loan to sort our insolvency. Anyway, that's my submission for today. And for the Tinubu being in Paris, please let's focus on more important things. Let our press put the heat on the economy for now, so that we can get our ass done. Let the opposition begin to speak properly on this. Else, we're joking with fire. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Always excellently put by Emeka, of course. That's why it's a fan favorite on this platform. A fan favorite on this platform. Another fan favorite. So I'm going to go Ajanle Koko, Princess Rosie, Ekeneden Ola. So let me go in that order. So Ajanle Koko, you're up next. I'm going to play you a video clip as well, Ajanle Koko, to respond to. So now, a lot of people complain that Nigeria is a wealthy country, but the country is such a basket case. Everywhere is chaotic, nothing works, nothing functions, no infrastructure, all of that. But the real question is, are Nigerians deserving of that good life? That's the question. Are Nigerians deserving of that good life? Because it looks as though Nigerians are actually happy to live in the manner that they do live. And any attempts to draw them out of that sort of lifestyle, they're somewhat resistant to it. Ajale Koko, watch this.
It is government road, that's why government built everything. It is for transportation, it's not for market. It is not for market. Mo ṣọjà o, mo sọ fún yín o, mo ti fún yín notice ìjọ méjì péré. Àwọn tó ń tẹ ẹdìyẹ gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá ló máa kó lọ́sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀ yìí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ lè dúró bí o, kò ṣeé ṣe, ìjọba mo fi wá fúnra mi, kò ṣeé ṣe o. A lè níjọba ká fi owó ribiribi ṣe kókó máa ká má lè lo. Kí ẹ gbọ́ mi, mo ti sọ fún yín o, nítorí ẹ̀ wọ́n máa fi sínú news, máa fi sínú paper, àfẹ́ kí ọ̀gọ́gọ́ kú. Tí tíré bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣiṣẹ́, ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́wàá náà máa pa bí, èèyàn kan máa kú sí, mi ò fẹ́ wàhálà. Gbogbo ìfúà, mo dẹ̀ máa blọ́ọ̀kì mákẹ́ẹ̀tì yẹn, wọn ò ní ráyè bá bí mọ́, mo ti sọ o.
So there it is, Ajanle Koko. No infrastructure. They went and spent in excess of $1 billion to build a rail service to propel the country, especially the Lagos State, into to leapfrog it into the 21st century. And what has the Lagosians turned the rail service to? Chicken market. So what are you then making of Nigerians being actually the impediment to their own growth?
One man, please. That video, I didn't get it well. Please, what is it all about?
Okay, this is all this new now rail infrastructure that they are building in Lagos.
Mm-hmm.
So now they've built it, the shining, sparkling building, the newly delivered train, and on those rail tracks, as always, the Iyalojas have turned it into. They've put. Let me play it again. They've put. Yes, you can see it now. Maybe
That's why government built everything. It is for transportation. It's not for market. It is not for market. Mo ṣọjà o, mo sọ fún yín o, mo ti fún yín notice ìjọ méjì péré. Àwọn tó ń tẹ ẹdìyẹ gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá ló máa kó lọ́sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀ yìí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ lè dúró bí o, kò ṣeé ṣe, ìjọba mo fi wá fúnra mi, kò ṣeé ṣe o. A lè níjọba ká fi owó ribiribi ṣe kókó máa ká má lè lo. Kí ẹ gbọ́ mi, mo ti sọ fún yín o, nítorí ẹ̀ wọ́n máa fi sínú news, máa fi sínú paper, àfẹ́ kí ọ̀gọ́gọ́ kú. Tí tíré bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣiṣẹ́, ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́wàá náà máa pa bí, èèyàn kan máa kú sí, mi ò fẹ́ wàhálà. Gbogbo ìfúà, mo dẹ̀ máa blọ́ọ̀kì mákẹ́ẹ̀tì yẹn, wọn ò ní ráyè bá bí mọ́, mo ti sọ o.
Okay. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Is that a commissioner?
that was Sanwo-Olu.
That was Sanwo-Olu.
Yes.
Where is that exactly? Is that in Oshodi or where?
Yeah, that was in Ajegule.
Ajegule. Okay.
Was it? I think it was Ajegule.
When say Oshodi, that's what I'm able to say.
Or did they?
He did the same thing. He did the same thing along. Is it that place that Trail used to park?
There's no railway in Ajegule. There's no railway in Ajegule.
That now Oshodi now.
No Oshodi.
That's the
He did it around Oshodi.
Look, one man. It is good what he did by showing up there and warning them that that place is not a marketplace.
But they didn't need to. Did they not see the construction? Did they not see what was in situation? And
Look,
then, is it going to be the same thing that as soon as the train is coming, they'll put their basket and then the train goes? Would they be doing that every 10? Oh, God. Nigerians, they should live in the gutters because they prefer to live in the gutters. My
You don't know Nigerians.
one man, the governor has done the best thing that is expected of him as a civilian leader. Everybody can see it there. I mean, the news have carried it. We are watching the video. If an incident happened tomorrow where somebody is electrocuted on the rail track, they won't blame the governor. because that rail track, I think, is going to be powered by electricity. It's not like the locomotive one that we have, according to what we have.
No, the red line is diesel. It's the blue line that's electric.
Oh, it's the blue line that's okay. So, but look, what they need to do is to put a barrier along that line so that people will not be able to have access to that rail track or around the rail track at all. That is what the government needs to do too. I mean, they have to put safety, structure in place as well. Not only talk, but what he has done is good. But them as the government, and they know who we are in Nigeria, particularly in Lagos State, Oriwa Ogiriwa. So they should put a barrier up, like a demarcation that will prevent people from having access. So that is the next thing. That is what I will suggest for them to do. So, but and they should have people, in such.
To be flogging them a bit,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
that's usually what happens. They start to flog them.
Yes, with this happen during the time of Diagona war against a discipline. You can never see people doing this shenanigan.
Akelekuko, woman,
Yeah.
you have the other video of the Kai people going to pack people's food stuff. I mean, there was this tuber of yams. I mean, like huge tuber of yams in a wheelbarrow, and people selling alongside the road. And then Kai people were just. I mean, it was on Arise this morning. I saw that on Arise this morning, and they were just packing it. The Kai people were packing it. I mean, if not millions of naira worth of food. Do you have that? You can look online.
Can I say something?
Woman. I mean, rational mind. Why do you like spinning?
No, rational mind is correct. Oh.
No, I watched it. I watched it on Arise. That was in no Magodo. Is this estate? I've forgotten the estate. It's not too far from Magodo itself. They've been warning them.
And what's the spinning now?
Say again.
What's the spinning? Sorry, spinning.
You are trying to blame the Kai people, not so. You are trying to say they are packing the yam as if they are taking it home. They were putting it into their official truck. These people have even run away. That shows that they've been warning them, and it's not the first time they've come to raid them.
Baba.
What have I said?
Baba, let me say this. Let me say this.
They're putting it in their truck to end up where? Yeah.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Rational mind. Rational mind. Let me say this. I understand what rational mind is saying, because even in our area, in Alaba, I don't even know who is to be blamed. The government, what he did is all right, because when they clear these people, when you go through that road, you see the beauty of that road. But when those market women are there, everywhere looks so tattered. But sometimes I don't know who to be blamed, because most those women, those Aburo guys that used to collect money from them, is still involved. There are those Aburo guys that even want to bring them out there. Every day they collect 200 naira, 300 naira from them. They're making a lot of money from those market women. And those market women also, they're making a very huge of livelihood from those that business they are doing there. Especially when they do them out from Alaba, I pity them. They will just come out every day, will just fold their arms and be sitting in one corner. What are we going to eat? What are we going to eat? This and that. So I don't even know who to blame in this matter. So when the government pursue them, this one is every day. I see them every day. Once they bring down their motor, pack all those their goods, the next day you will still see them. The following day you will still see them. And those Aboro guys will be encouraging them to come. They will be paying them to 200, 300. As I'm talking to you now, this thing happened ending last year. But as I'm talking to you, that place is filled up again. Government couldn't even control it. They have filled that place up. That main road.
Let me say this real quick. Baba, I don't know how you come about saying I'm spinning. I don't even know what you're talking about. all I'm just trying to say is that I'm trying to buttress what one man just showed us. That when Sanwo-Olu did what he did, which for me, I see that as some kind of it's not necessary. I mean, well, maybe not necessary, but what I'm just trying to say is that these people, market people, they go and sell on the road. All I'm just saying is that Kai people went to raid them and they packed their wares. I don't know how you're saying I'm spinning. What's the spinning you're talking about? I'm spinning here.
The way you put it,
Oh,
it's like
God.
Kai people just went there and packed their
You
things.
can't just stand me say anything about your Tinubu and everything about Tinubu and his dynasty in Lagos.
Here we
That's
go
the
again.
point. Yeah, no,
Is
no.
Tinubu the one that wore
No,
Kai uniform? Is Tinubu did he wear Kai uniform to go there?
It's their duty to keep those environment, to clear those environment. That's their duty. That is the duty assigned to them.
I'm not even disputing that. What I'm saying is,
yeah,
they have a Kai that goes around to make sure that there's sanity in the environment. They went there and then they will raid people that are selling on the road that are not supposed to be selling where they're supposed to be selling. That's all I'm just trying to say. And my friend here is just saying that I am trying to spin.
I think it's your reputation that precedes you.
Yeah, I know. That's what
like smoke.
Whatever he's saying about Lagos.
but that job is very difficult for government to control.
Hold on, Rational Mind, I sent you a message, but yes, Ekene and Ajande Koko as well. So it's a very difficult situation, isn't it? So now those women now, that's their means of livelihood. That's how they put bread on their table. That's how they put a roof over their head. That's how they maintain a life. So if you chase them, but they shouldn't be there. That's the other side. So
I don't know what.
If you chase them away from there, then where are you chasing them to? That's the thing. Should the government not build for these people? And then if they have designated spaces, then there's more justifiable arguments to chase them rather than just chase them and ask them to go where? Where are you asking them to go?
Wait, one man, let me explain this market situation. And I think Ekene will back me up. Ekene, just let me explain. You see, most of these people that bring their goods to the roadside, they have shops inside. But they believe that the only way to attract customer is to put that thing on the main road or send their help to go and harass people in traffic and knocking their glasses and pushing chicken or hen in their faces. That's it. Am I wrong? Most of these people have shops.
Yeah, you are. There are some shops inside, but there is an incident that happened last time, Baba. There is a shop, the place that used to sell all this food stuff in my area. One small space that those women used to stay. But suddenly, I don't know whether it's the local government or individual that came and took over the place and started building plazas and all that. Those women, they were selling, but when they finished building, those men they now went back to go and take some shop there. They were calling 1 million. 1 million. 1 point something. Well, those women say, where can we get that kind of money? Is it not this food stuff that we are selling? They told them, if you cannot pay them, pack out.
But some of them do pay. They find the money.
No, many of them can pay it. A lot.
I know.
That place is candy. I'm telling you, that place is candy now. Nobody is selling there now. So the only option they have now is just to go to the main road.
Well, can I quickly say something?
So basically, Baba was wrong. That's what you are saying. So they don't have shop there. So you diplomatically avoided that. So the thing is, those people they don't have shop there. Simple as ABC. So
you see, my point is this. I mean, we come here, we praise Tinubu, we praise all these things he has done in all the crap he has done in Lagos. When you talk about infrastructure, hold on, here we go again. Yes, you want to say you hear me? When you are building infrastructures, go to Abidjan there. Every local government within Abidjan has what they call bigger markets. They have where you can sell. Kind of just say they have markets where you will sell things. That's not saying they don't have roadside sellers. Don't get me wrong, but not as the way Nigeria is. So what I'm trying to say is this: is that when you are building, all your fixation is to build road, to build rail track, but the very core of the very essence of why people live in Lagos, which is food, buying of wares, but you need to have at least made that part of your plan. You map out areas within Lagos where you can cite different locations for markets. Make it easy for people to go and do. But now,
do you know how many markets in Lagos?
I know there's so many markets in Lagos. I know. Well, it's debatable. I know. We can say Lagos is overpopulated. That is why a lot of people.
Rational, please. Rational, please give me this microsecond. You know, when I saw that guy that was speaking, I didn't know it was someone. I was waiting when I have a chance to interject. I would have said that guy should be fired. Going there, speaking Yoruba, taking them. It's the same track. Oh, don't do this. Don't do that. And I laugh. I would laugh like rational mind. Some people are very dumb. Now, Japan here, we have high-speed train. Actually, train bring economy. Anywhere train go, development goes, market goes. What you do, like the other guy said, you create barriers. Japan, develop as Japan is. Go and check education level in Japan. It's 99.9%. Kids start going to school from 5 months old. But yet, Japan keep creating laws, renewing the laws. There are some train track in Japan here. Under some bullet train track, there are markets, restaurants. You create economy. There are some markets and some train track, they put barriers. Japan, people jump to train tracks and take by themselves. So you create barriers. Some places are highly guided. No human being is absolute. How do you create a train, something too dangerous, you don't protect it, then you expect people not to take law into their hands?
It does not matter to them.
Hold on.
It doesn't matter to Nigeria.
Hold on, please let me.
Why is the governor there?
There. Hold on. Let me.
What you say is right, because if you go to my two, if you go to the one in my two, have a very big barrier, and nobody enters there. The place is very secure.
Let me quickly.
So if they can do it around those plane tracks.
You people didn't listen. He spoke in Yoruba. He said he's going to put the barrier. That's how he ended that statement.
Please let me finish my this thing and let me jump out. Go to India. There are some train track. We watch it here. When the trains leave, it comes to markets. They shape things on the track. Those the diesel train track. Because there's a big economy there, and government allows it, but they controls it. There's some part in China, it's a train track, there's market. All over the world, you have to look at the situation, then know how to control it. If you are going to, that train track would have generated new jobs, because for you to prevent that people to go there, you create an institution. If you are going to put, if you are going to create a barrier, you create it. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Now, hold on. Let me. Hold on, please. Hold on. If you want to create a barrier, you create it before you start speaking. You create a barrier. I said, don't climb the barrier. I tell people not to climb, not to say you are going. Don't enter train track. You are come and create barrier. Then who's going to prevent them to enter the train track?
Construction.
Hold on, please. That construction, there's blockage. You blockade it. Your things that you have the financial, the power. You don't do it and speaking with the mouth. Who's going to answer you? Look, here in Japan, there was a cigarette everywhere. And the government came on and said, no more smoking on the road. You smoke on a private place, they put smoking center. What they do? And they make that law. They created an institution. Old men, they give it to old men. They patrol the streets. They wear cigarette, cross-burn of those cigarettes. Hold on now, please. Hold on. No. I don't like you guys. I don't like what you call that to secret.
Let him learn now. We just said now that people should.
Let me learn. Yeah, they created old men. We call them Midori. Midori mean green. We have blue. Ojisa mean old man. We see them run. Now, they created those people. They patrol street. They created all they cannot, because they are old, they cannot patrol all the streets. So they zone it according to their district. They patrol to check that you're not actually smoking on the street. If you catch you, they'll give you a fine. That created a great job, and that creates sanity. Same for parking. We're having wrong parking. People park. They made the law on the TV, and they created institutions so people go around looking at cars that park on the road. They gave it a sense to old men that was not having job. All these things bring the economy, yes. But at the same time, people will never, no matter which country, no matter how educated it is, you must create a law that will guide it. Not go down with your mouth. Don't go, this is absolutely rubbish.
Let me amuse you. Maybe you don't know the space you come from. Maybe it's a long time. 2 days ago, the LASMA people, they stopped a downfall driver. He refused to stop. He was speeding. He hit traffic hold up. They accosted him. He removed all his clothes and started stabbing them. Nigerians are peculiar people. Don't let's deny that. We have laws. We have statutes.
No, Baba, the point is this. Sometimes, see, you have to choose between disasters and to prevent it. The governor, for him to even take his time to address the people, that one should even be worth to even clap for the man for doing that. Because he could have sent someone else to go and execute the same thing. You see a danger, and we are still finding our way to defend people endangering themselves intentionally, and we want to justify it. Haba, it's not everything we criticize.
We're not justifying. I'm not justifying.
Hey, wait, Baba, enjoy duro. Now the thing is this: the way Sanwo-Olu talked, he actually displayed that this place is not fully constructed. He even went ahead to even place a solution that I'm going to put a blockage, and we are now trying now to recommend the solution that Sanwo-Olu has already recommended already. So if you listen to that, what he was saying,
the thing is that instead of Sanwo-Olu going there to be talking like that, put measures in place, create barriers, do all those things before you come out to talk. You haven't done anything. You are standing there and talking.
How much does Lagos State make every year? We have to look that we have the resources that we
You should put barriers, barricade all that places, and then put soldiers there to be whipping anybody that comes into that place.
Forget
human rights now. Human rights.
To balance your resources.
Ajawu scream.
So the man has already suggested solution. I'm going to block the place. So we don't need to
before doing that. You should have blocked the place. Not I am going to block.
Do you know how many security men and cameras for the blue line alone? Electric line, they warn them. Still, they have to put private security, policemen.
Have they put barriers in place?
The Amukoko side now, they are breaking all those shanties there just to create security. Nigerians are peculiar people, honestly. I don't know the day God created us.
From that Amukoko area, those area, Lafia area, they are breaking down. They are putting
the shanties.
Yeah, where are they? Where are they? I mean, where did you get this information from?
I saw it on TV.
Okay, all right.
On the main road, where the rail track, they are building shanties there and selling things.
You see one thing, Baba? We have some rail track that are not blocked where I live here. That are not blocked. The only thing you know that if you cross that place, police will pull you over and give you tickets that you are walking on your feet. Now, the thing is this. Now, because why I wanted to speak is what Peace was trying to justify. Because you are looking at disaster now, staring at the people, and you are now saying they should now get an agency to create a and start giving them tickets. Why should we go that strenuous way when you can even stop this thing? We don't have to wait for fatality just before we do the right thing. The guy just went and addressed them like a normal person. Okay, please park. Otherwise, I send people after you. Already has taken.
But you should know that these are not normal people. Most of them have mental issues.
Madam,
most of them,
already
the situation has got them to mental.
These are not normal people.
Prince Rosie, let me tell you this. If there is a way you remove, so let me tell you this. Most of them can commit suicide if you remove them from that place. I'm telling you that for a fact, because many of them that don't have any means of life.
Mental problem. Maybe the economic situation has given them.
Yeah, so if you see them most of the time, you cannot. I can tell you, if you go there tomorrow, if that thing happened today, if you go there tomorrow, they will still be there. They'll still be there because
we are all
that's
dramatic
the means of their
Nigerians.
life.
They will even go naked now, braless, and complain that they will commit is all lies.
Yeah, but that is mental problem.
If you look
now.
that woman making that noise,
Normal
look at the wig in her head now, maybe 50,000 wig.
Normal people
Somebody will be frying bolly and be wearing wig.
But guys, we need to factor in the situation Nigeria.
For me, I don't know who to blame, because even as we are talking, even the government that is doing the government that is
that means
the government that
mental breakdown. They're all going crazy.
The government, even the Aboros that is, Aboro is encouraging them. It's not only those women. Aboros are encouraging them. It's a fact. They will bring them there, put them there, collect 200 naira, 300 naira every day.
Okay. Look at what is going on in Oshodi. What's his name? Musiliu. What's his name? MC Oloyero. That guy. He's the one controlling that Oshodi there. His boys, they give out tickets. Illegally, they are doing it. Whether you're not supposed to. I mean, whatever happened to the town planning and all of those crap that we saw while we were growing up in Lagos? With Tinubu dynasty and all the old crap that has, Mr.
You
Strategy.
are just trying to provoke.
Yeah. Hold on. I will go.
I will fall for it.
Did you
Don't
grow up
fall
in,
for it.
did you
But
grow
I
up
will
in
say my own. I will say my own mind. Mr. Strategy
did you
that cannot
grow up in
sacrifice.
Lagos?
All road to Tinubu, rational
Exactly
man.
now, because only
National
go
man, if
now.
Tinubu should give you a position, I'm sure you will not criticize him anymore.
No, well, I'll never accept it. I can't serve under him. I can't serve
I'm
under
a
him.
pa baba lẹ́nu mọ́ nìyẹn.
Yeah,
Má
hold
gbowó
on.
jáde fún
We
baba.
saw it
One
with
man fi
Akim.
bastard money fi dín yín lẹ́nu.
Yes.
One
Hold
man,
on, because
I go give him proposal now.
any tabako yẹn kó wá jẹun and sọ̀rọ̀ tá a bá ti ń jẹun àbí báwo ló ṣe máa sọ. So when you are eating, when you are called to come and eat,
you don't talk with your mouth full.
So yeah, so I won't talk. So, but I'd rather not even get involved in this. What I'm saying is this: you see, this whole thing boils down to the structure of Lagos, because when you run a system, a government that does not have order, that does not, all you just care about is making money for some few people. I just don't understand what kind of system are we running. A mega city as Lagos that is supposed to be the pride of Nigeria. We don't have structure. There's no pipe. If you look at the pipe that go into people's home, it goes through gutter. Gutter water will be entering inside your pipe that you're drinking inside your home. What kind of plan is this? And you wonder. And you're talking about Lagos being a mega city. So my point is this: you see, is that they just need to sit down and redraw that Lagos map, and maybe like for me, I've been wanting to say if I have.
How can you possibly redraw Lagos map?
Okay.
That means you will have to demolish the whole city and rebuild it, or what does that mean?
You can start putting in place laws that will start regulating certain things. Like you can tell people that if you have this amount of plot of land, you cannot build. Okay, let me give you an example. I know this might sound too far-fetched. Here in America, there's a circumference for one person within a house. A room. You can say in a room or in a very this building, this amount of people that can live in this building. If you start with that, from there are existing homes that you cannot maybe tamper with, but new homes that will be built. Gradually, Lagos will start having.
There are slums in America too now. You have
Now
all
what?
these. There are slums in America too. You
There are
come to
slums, but
Houston,
not the
you
way
have
we have it in
Fifth
Nigeria
Ward,
now.
you have Fourth Ward. So you have slums in America too.
We do, but not the way Nigeria is. Not in Lagos. You can't say you want to go to places like New York or LA. Of course, you will see places like that. But what I'm saying is that not at the level of Lagos State. Lagos State is just too crowded. It's just too without no shape. So how can we cannot continue like this? There must be structure at some point. You don't need to start putting out structure. So what's all you do? That video you just showed us, one man. I'm not blaming him for what he did. Maybe by going there, letting them know that I'm the governor telling you must leave this place. It's not a bad thing. But because of the optics, because sometimes the way we look at these people, they only talk. They don't do. It's just like they just talk. They just want to give media whatever thing. So we want to see action. Enough of this talk and media whatever.
Okay, rational mind. Let me introduce you to Nigerians. Let me introduce you to ourselves. Take, for instance, you are traveling back to Nigeria, and let's say you are taking the New York airport, or even in Gatwick, woman. Look at how we comport ourselves. We line up. We are gentlemen, gentle ladies. We try to be very civilized. Speaking big phonetics English. But when we get to Ikeja Airport, what do you see? The plane just taxied and landed. It has not stopped, just landed and then riding on the tarmac, going towards its own space. You will see people standing up, dragging their luggage. Their luggage will be falling on your head. They don't care. The women with their bomb will be rubbing your nose. They don't care. All they want to do is be the first to get out. And when they get out, they start running towards immigration. That is Nigerians.
Lawlessness.
Yeah, but that's
it's
my
in our
point.
DNA.
That's right. They belong in a zoo. So why are you building all these sparkling? If they are zoo creatures, then let them continue to subsist in the zoo.
It's amazing. I mean, we should tell ourselves that describes Nigeria for you.
Who has conditioned them to that?
Zugerian, right? One man, Zugerian.
Look
I
at
don't.
that.
At times, I just open my mouth and look and say,
was right. The zoological republic.
But one man, who has conditioned our people to think that they're not deserving of anything good? It's not the government. So when you have law and order, you enforce those laws, like somebody was suggesting here. Make laws, enforce those laws.
The laws are there. You won't believe it. Status right from Oyibo time. The laws are there.
Are they being enforced the way they are supposed to be enforced? How many of Tinubu men have you caught? Hold on. How many of Tinubu men have you caught within Lagos or
Leave
financial?
Tinubu out of this.
No,
we've been independent since 1960. This has always been the problem. I remember, I mean, as a young person, they would park truck, even in the 60s, arresting people and putting them, traders, young children, put them in the truck. There are people who will be going to bail them. It has always been like that. I don't know. Maybe it's the water we drink. I don't know.
But Baba, let me ask you this. Is it only the citizens that are this rascal? What of the politicians? Are they not rascal to those politicians? Those leaders.
I see Nigerians. How am I saying? All of us. Because these are problems, you understand. Even if it gets to my turn, I think I want to make a point with this Alaba team. If it gets to my turn.
Baba, sorry. First of all, tell Mama to text me a number on WhatsApp because last time I called Mama, I think it was 2 days ago, he didn't pick my call. He called me last week. I was sleeping. He woke me up from sleep, so I couldn't ask him for a number. I went back to sleep. So can you just tell him, because I want to jump off the platform so we can talk?
No, later. One man can give him. Why not?
One man, please text me on WhatsApp. My WhatsApp. One man, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Please text me.
Apologies, I didn't return your call. I thought I did. I'll call you maybe later on today. You know, it's the timing. Sometimes I don't even know what time of the day you are.
When you come that day, most of you come sometimes I'm sleeping, but it's because of your pick. Like that was 4:30 in the morning, and you put me back to sleep like a baby. Like just go back to sleep. As if I wake up, Mama, what I for tell you will not like I say go back to sleep. Go to sleep. I'll talk to you later. I say shy. But okay, thanks. Sorry about that.
Aja, may I take one minute of your time more? I know you are the one. I just want to.
Go ahead.
Mama, can you hear me?
Thank you, Baba.
Yeah, we can hear you, enigmatic. Let Baba land, and then you have your interjection, and then Ajanle Koko wrap that space up, and then I was going to go to Princess Rosie, but she has built. You see, it's the interjections. People.
Yeah, I know. That's why myself. I just want to make this point. It's follow up to what Ekene said yesterday, because every time we sit here, every evening, I hear manufacture. We manufacture in Nigeria, not much, but what we manufacture, we snap it up at home. Not only at home, the whole of West Africa, there is no country starting from Benin up to Senegal. When you go there, it's our soap they are using, it's our slippers, our plastic utensils, our aluminum utensils. That's what they are using. Most of those people in Agbara, what's this place called? In Ogun State, Agbara, and I remember all those in those days villages. No, even before Ota, Igbesa, and Ota, those axes, you have a lot of factories there. But what they do is this, even including Alaba, everything they do, they send it out to other West African countries. It's like they don't manufacture.
Are you introducing a new topic, Baba?
No, it's based on what Ekene said yesterday about the Nigerian-made wire. That triggered me actually that we have the best wire in the world. The best wire cable. Cable.
All right, but Baba, with your permission, let Ajanle Koko just carry on so that we can get through.
Okay. I just put that so that I can just to support Ekene's thing, because I know it's going to take some time. Aja, I'm sorry. Carry on.
All right.
No problem. Well, for me, I think the governor has done the best that he should do as the governor for going there, showing love to his people, telling them that, look, this place is dangerous for you to run your business. It's not meant for you to come and run your business. So I think for him showing up there, he has, I think everybody should respect his authority if they are right thinking people. If the state governor can come and tell them that, look, this place is not the right place, I think they should say, get it, that signal that, yeah, no, this is not the place. But for being what they are, as Second said earlier, they will not stop, they will come. So it is now left for the government to show governance by putting barrier there that will prevent them from having to come and trade on the rail track, and put some personnel there that will enforce the government will enforce the prevention of people from being around that place, hawking or selling stuff. So he should now effect the power of government. That is what is very, very important. But our people, they are very difficult to. They are very lawless. Let me just say, yes. Sometimes some of our people can be very lawless, desperate, you know, and this is what they have been doing for years. They don't want to leave, they don't want to stop doing it because that is where they earn the livelihood. They cannot afford to rent a shop. Most of them that you see there cannot afford to rent a shop because shop is very expensive in Lagos. Very, very expensive. For you to own a shop, you must have a lot of money to do it. So this petty trader, they are just getting it maybe from Hausa that just brought some trailers. They will get some little one, then hawk it around, make some little change, make their livelihood, and go back home. That is what they do. It's just a daily job. I mean, if they don't do it, any day they don't do it, they'll be down financially. And during the COVID, a lot of these people, they went through what we can call hardship, sufferness. All of us in the West here, we were closed down. Everywhere was closed down, and we were all given money by the government. They were not giving nothing. These poor people, they are not giving nothing. But that is the act like a government by having barrier there, preventing people to go on the track, having personnel to monitor that space, and that is the only way out. But for that governor, I think we should give kudos to him. And this is not the first time to see him going to talk to people. He did that during the NSAS. That was where they even at Ikeja, that was where they named him Sorosoke. I mean, what was the name that they named him? So
yeah, they were shouting fame, they were singing fame to him and
yeah,
shouting
they say
Sorosoke.
Sorosoke. That was where they named him Sorosoke. And he personally took letter from them to the president. He took letter and he promised them, he assured them that, look, I will take this letter to the president. And
I
that
think
very night.
I think Sanwo-Olu is the best governor that I can think of. I don't want to say in the history of Nigeria, but in terms of social engaging with the people that he governs and making himself available, explaining his policies, I'm not sure that we are seeing anybody do it better.
No, He's not an arrogant guy. He's a simple guy.
Yeah, I think in that respect, he's better than Fashola. I will confess.
He's far better than all of them. Not only for all of them that are governed Lagos, including Tinubu.
He's very humble. Very humble.
Very humble. He is not. I mean, it's just very simple. He's ready to engage. He's ready to, explain and tell people in a very simple, kind, and it's just in a wrong place to govern, a wrong country. This is a man that should be in the West to govern a state, or it acts like the way that
the way you will want him to ask. He acts in the way you will want him to ask.
You will want him. That's right, one man.
When he goes to Agege, and then he takes off the suit and puts on the polo shirt. He packs the English and he speaks to it. So I mean, you can't expect more than that, can you?
Unlike Fashola, that when they were trying to build
that one is so arrogant now.
When they were trying to build that,
he is not arrogant. That is his nature.
Dangote refinery. He was threatening the villagers there. He was threatening them. He was saying, Badagry. Was threatening the people.
But Fashola used to supervise his project by himself. Fashola will know all the road. Most of the road that I know that he built, he will come there to see the contractors the way they work almost all the time.
Even in the night.
That one is different. That one is different. We are talking about, the way government engages with the people. He is not that good. He's an arrogant guy, and they talk like they are boss to the people instead of, bringing themselves to the same position to the people. They talk arrogantly. They act like boss. I mean, it's just. But this guy is not the guy. So I have noticed this with this guy since day one. He assumed office, and he never stopped doing that. He's a wonderful guy. I have my respect for him, and I really love him. So one man, let me leave it there. He has done well. I give him kudos, and he will not stop. Watch out. He will still do one thing in the near future, coming to the people to beg them and to engage like the way we is expected of him. He will do it once again. One man, let me leave it there. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. Up next, Ekene. Sorry, Ekene, for the long hours wait, but there you are. You like to stay up late anyway, as I think we know. But Ekene, you're up next. Ekene.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Well, for me, thank you everyone on the platform. Thank you. But I want to speak on the issue of this the challenges we are having on this insecurity. What you read that about the worst this thing, and that comes to what Baba was trying to raise, the point he was trying to raise.
Are you talking about Nigeria being the 6th most criminal?
Yes. I used to say that this is the problem we have, and this is still the problem, and that is why I always make that that comment that the government should come down home and stop. Not that they will not look outside for investors, because first you have to get your home investors very well. You have to make them feel comfortable first. They manufacture the little ones we're able to manufacture, make them comfortable. Then we can now look outside to say investors should come. It's a fact. All these things, like what Baba was saying, if you go to Ogun State, you see a lot of factories, functioning ones, with a lot of challenges, but they're still managing. You go to Abara, you see them. And these guys, many of them are not just, you see these are some Alaba boys that have made some money, some guys from Yoruba guys that made some money. You see them open up these factories. So the one that opened a bakery, a very big bakery, or my side, just a few months ago, if you see how this guy is selling, as in, and the guy reduced the price of his bread, big bread, the one that's selling 900, he's selling 800. The one that's selling 1,000, he's selling 900, and people are rushing that. If you go there during the market closing hour, it's like that is the place people go get their food every night, every evening, and these are encouraging. These are encouraging, and he's a Yoruba guy for that matter, and he's doing a very big business in this job because there is not too much that bakery in this area, but the guy just opened it in a very big way. So a lot of all this production are going on. It's just that we need to come home, rebuild our institution, give confidence to our home-based manufacturers and investors. In terms of all this production, I can tell you many things we can do here in Nigeria, or we are already doing. But the reason why most of us are not talking about it is because you don't see them out there. You have not noticed it. But we are doing it in a big way. So, yeah, I know a lot of factory that if government should look into them, all this banditry, kill this insecurity, make Nigeria more safer, we'll achieve more. We'll achieve more. People don't export a lot of wires today. I can tell you that for a fact. This is a wire of 13. They don't export it more from abroad again. It's more Nigerian wire. Nobody will want to build unless you don't know. But if you know, you cannot build today and say you will not use the Nigerian wire to wire your house. Unless if you don't know. But a lot of us that knows that once you build a house, you are going for a Nigerian wire. It's even costlier. It's costlier than the imported one, but people are still buying it. People are buying it because they know the value. Wire is not something you go and risk because you want to get it cheaper. It's something that you know you must put original one in your house to avoid some risk. So, and Nigeria is giving the best in that area. So anybody that knows it, once you finish your house, you go for Nigerian wire. Then you go to Moses Adebayo, Coleman, Cotex, all of them. They have their factory here, very big factory. So I don't know why we are neglecting our capacity so much, especially our government. I don't know why we are neglecting our capacity. And that is the most painful aspect of it. That is the only area I want to speak about because this is the main issue. This is the main issue. This insecurity. This insecurity is the main issue. You talk about food production, talk about the lack of food we have today. This is the main issue. We should sit back home. Our government should sit back, talk about these things. Then let's solve our problem first in the house. Then we can now begin to travel abroad to begin to speak to them, investors. Even the investors we have here in Nigeria, they're even enough to boost our economy. I can tell you that for free. We have a lot of brain. We produce speakers. All these.
But people don't know.
We need foreign investors too. If we don't have foreign investors, how would we get that hard currency to pay our debt and do the foreign?
This is where I'm going, Aja, and this is what Ekene doesn't want to say.
Yeah.
The fact is, all these monies, but like all the service we are servicing West Africa, they earn their money in hard currency. Where do they put the money? Under their bed. It's informal, and it should not be that way. These are part of the problems. So we need to regulate our market. That is the essence of where I'm going.
Bob, I'm very surprised that a lot of Nigerians don't know that we produce a lot of things in this country, especially.
I always laugh when we make it these things. Like Bolaji is saying here that maybe they say we can't even do toothpick, and I laugh because
Do you know that all this GT, all this big tank, this tank that you see in Nigeria, all this one you mount on top of your buildings and all that. Do you know they are made in Nigeria?
All of them now, the fiber one, the fiber glass, and the plastic
90
one.
Almost. I don't think anyone is imported. I don't think even all these plastic chair, you see. I don't think
even the aluminum pots, different ones.
All of them, they are made in Nigeria.
They can say it's not high tech, it's nothing, but those are the things we use every day, and these are the things every household must have. And the government is not putting idea, no tax, no.
Even all this conduit pipe,
Yeah.
All these the ones, this one that plumbers are using, pipe. All these all those ones, they are made in Nigerians. At least I know that they have a very big factory in Enugu, very big one.
Most of your people, your guys, them in Alaba, all of them, they have factories.
It's what I know. Most of them, it's just that we think that people don't want to produce in Nigeria. Once they have the money, they open factory. The one that's open, the latest one now, is this speaker. All these DJ speakers, all these.
Long ago, that one.
One man in Alaba opened a very big one, very big factory. They're producing all these DJ speakers, all type of speaker.
You won't even believe the sizes and the quality.
Any type you want. The sound is very clear, very, very nice.
And they service West Africa. I don't know of Congo or Cameroon, but from Benin.
No, you don't know. Baba, they don't know that. They don't know that. Everything that, at least I know, Congo, where I have customer in Congo.
Mm-hmm.
We know Congo. All the music equipment they're using in Congo today are bought in Alaba market. All the musical equipment they use in Congo are bought in Alaba market.
I told them the other day here, when you were not on the panel, they were laughing. It's
not a joke. It's not a joke. Even Ghana, it's just that Ghana just opened, something happened. This closing of border. That time, they opened a little eye. They start to do a little of importation. But we service all these African countries, both Cotonou, both Congo, both
Senegal.
All of them, we service all of them. We service all of them in terms of electronics. All the motorcycle parts they use are bought in Nnewi. Everything, motorcycle they drive there, all of them are bought in Nnewi. Many of them, most of the clothes, shoes they wear. One of my customers has come to this Lagos from Ghana, all straight to Aba to buy clothes.
They do.
Carry it to Ghana.
Shoes, military boots. I know.
So, but we're not seeing all these opportunities. I don't know. And
even the Alomo man Kasapreko, they brought him down to Nigeria and open factory from Ghana.
And that is why we are getting a lot of businessmen are getting worry about this exchange rate and all that. Government should do all these things are the problem, because when they don't find a price comfortable again, that is why you see all these African countries begin to look outside.
They have to woo you, the business people in Nigeria. They have to woo them. They have to call them into a meeting, not the big association like Association of Kinecon or the other one.
Dangote, all these Dangote.
They need this. They call them SME or whatever it is. Yeah. Fine. They need to put them under one roof. Let us brainstorm, because the only thing I know why some of the items they produce are expensive is because of the diesel they buy.
Yeah, that is
because
the
some of
thing.
them have
That is
two
the thing.
large engines. Once we can get the power right, forget it. Leave everything for Nigeria.
And I used to say that, yeah. Once we have electricity in Nigeria, Nigeria will do exploit. Nigerians will do exploit. Believe me.
Even in all of
Government,
this problem we have, you will see an orange seller, the person roasting, woman roasting plantain. See the wig in her head, some thousands of naira. It will rub pancake.
Does
If you say there's no money.
that mean that she's able to put food on the table for all her family because she wear a wig of 1,000
So,
naira?
but if you don't eat belefu, why go buy wig
You know
and rub
Nigerians
pancake?
now. Let me give you an example. A friend of mine
Do
recently.
party for weekend, spray dollars.
Let me tell you something. A friend of mine recently lost his father-in-law in death, and then the wife's family, they are very with this issue of this economic situation. You know what they did? Despite they don't have anything in their family, nobody is even capable of doing anything. They went to call do Ashwebi, started doing Ashwebi. He said, "No, this Papa, we must celebrate his death." My goodness, you people don't have anything, and you want to force it. You have to start.
And they will buy malu, cow.
So the problem is Nigerians are like that. They would prefer to have wig on their Brazilian hair on their head rather than put food on the table for themselves. So that does not mean that they are well off. Some people, you will see them, they would dress like as if they live in what's it called, Lekki Phase 1, but they live in Ajegunle there, and you see the way they live, the one room or whatever they live. That's how Nigerians are. So that does not mean that they are well off because they wear wig of 1,000. I mean, 10,000 naira worth of wig or 100,000. That's not a yardstick. But the reality we're seeing, that's what we're talking about, Baba. The reality on ground in Nigeria right now, the economy is in a total mess. We know all this manufacturing that you
Then, based on what you say, rational mind, then do I say it's a choice? Whether you put down that wig or you refuse to buy it and comb your head, or as a woman like South Africans do Sahara.
Because they wear that wig, it means they are well off, they are better off. That's how
I'm looking at priority. That, I mean, we say we are hungry, children's school fees, and you are wearing nice wig, maybe the low type of 30,000 or 20,000.
That's what Nigerians are. They rather look good than to really face the reality of their life. That they are really hungry, they are really in a miserable, in penury. They will never admit to that. But rather they will wear wig of Brazilian hair of 100,000 naira. I mean, that's not how Nigerians are. That doesn't mean that their life is better off. That's what I'm trying to say. Because it sounds to me like you're making it sound like maybe, they are well off because they wear Brazilian hair or Italian hair.
That's how I look at it. That if you are hungry, if you are hungry, you wouldn't you eat wig or pancake or any other thing or painting nails? It will be backstage. It won't be priority.
It's priority. For me, it's priority. It's priority. But for me, I don't have much. It's just that all these things I need to put it out there so that people will not think that Nigeria are too dull. It's just like somebody made a statement yesterday that most of the vehicles that they made in Nigeria are assembled. I begin to laugh. It's just that most of them have not been in this part.
Sorry, Baba. Let him have that moment for a moment.
Oh, okay. Sorry, woman.
Yeah.
So most of those vehicles, some of those vehicles are 100%. Most are 90%. Some are 80%. Because I've been there. But the way people paint it, assembled vehicle, I begin to laugh. So we should be patriotic enough to. Last year, do you know how many vehicles Innocent exported to the African countries? Check the record, Burkina Faso. Do you know how many vehicles he exported to that African countries alone? And we say that when we talk about it, we say it's assembled. When I tell you that all the plastic, everything he produce everything here in Nigeria. The iron, everything. I know his factory, the one in Enugu, where he produce rubbers and all that, plastic and all that. And I've been to his company. It's just few items that he imports to complete the vehicle. But the way we paint it, everything assembled, this and that. For him to put up that factory, he said it took him 10 years of study. It took him 10 years of study to come to conclusion that he's going to open a vehicle factory. So somebody that went in 10 years of studying on how to produce vehicle will now begin to just to assemble. So they need our encouragement. Our government need to build our what happened to him in terms of electricity. There was a place he gave the details in terms of electricity. The amount of money is wasting in electricity because he couldn't get electricity. And those are the reasons why those vehicles are still on a high side. Because if we get if we have that electricity, I don't think those vehicles will still be on the high side. Somebody buying gas at 1,200 or 1,100 just to power your factory. How many liters will he spend in a week? A lot of money. So government, we need to come home first. Let's build our home. Then when we build our home, these investors will come in. Thank you, one man. Thank you, one man. I don't have much to say this night. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Baba, you're up next. Baba, let me play you this clip. I want to take you back still to that Naira Marley's Mobad space, but I want to bring you a different inflection on it. It's a narrative of misplaced priority, is what a lot of people are arguing. All these are, of course, the death of that young man, a tragedy in itself. But a lot of people are saying somewhat the priorities in Nigeria is misplaced. And I think that was what Sonny was trying to push towards when he was making his submission earlier on. But I think now this clip that I'm about to play you now, it really speaks to the heart of that space. Baba, watch this.
I know why they vex Nigeria. I know why they vex. When my face don't dey tight like this, now things are they happy. No go happy for now. I no go tell you a lie. 24 hours. Soldier go dey bush for security purpose. And I no go appreciate them. Even if when I see some for road like this for street, and I go to do them shaggy. And I go to even tell them say go. No go pray for soldier. One musician. The whole internet don't full. For how many days now internet don't full? One person picture. But this uniform, we go guide una 24 hours, una no they give them respect. Which kind of nonsense with that Nigeria? We they happy with each other. Soldier we go they guide una. Na go they do rubbish. But one musician, a celebrity, everybody don't put eye off for net. If something come pass for corner, go they do now. Who they after? Soldier 10,000 soldier go the day there go say now go they plan hype up now go they plan Boko Haram now go plan kidnapper every see now no go see una through.
Do you concur with the frustration of that soldier man?
101%. Firstly, I salute everybody on the panel. I commend you. You are all sharp. Never disappoint in a day. And coming to the comment section, I've not seen some regulars do today, but AI is around. Ayo, Oga. I've not seen Aze's hand today. Chioma can do. Wilson, Bolaji, Mumuni, and those I don't remember, please pardon me. Keep on shooting there. All right, woman. I mean, that soldier is saying absolute truth. You see, the beauty of America is the respect they have for two things: their military and seniors. That we lack that in Nigeria. These guys, we wear them uniform. We don't know what they face. And yet we don't appreciate them. If an American sees a veteran, that is somebody, a retired soldier is a veteran on the highway, they stop and carry them, particularly when they are in uniform. Shops open here, grocery shops open here, 10, mostly 9 in the morning. But they open 1 hour earlier for seniors and veterans. They are military generally. And you buy at a discount. I don't know why we expect soldiers we don't show love to protect us. They are doing very important work. And if their morale is low, then we are in trouble as it is now. I even read somewhere a week ago or so that some commanders are holding on to their money. And I was surprised because that has been the tradition right from Babangida's time. The commanders will hold their money allowances particularly and put it in fixed deposits and start collecting the interest. Then when the soldiers start shouting, 1 month, 2 months, and then they start writing petition to their overall bosses, then they quickly release the allowance. It's not nice. Anybody that protects you, starting from your gate man, street or there in the night, we have to show them respect and show them love. We don't do that in our country. Rather, we treat them as if they are just lowly kind of citizen. They are the most important, as far as I'm concerned. You think to carry gun with your wife at home, your children at home, wear uniform, start going into a terrain you don't know anything about to go and confront people. Your return from that raid is not guaranteed. And yet we don't show appreciation. Everything that guy is complaining about is very correct. We have to change our attitude towards our military men. Even the police we vilify every day here. It's not easy. Look at the uniforms they wear. They even buy uniforms. Even the military buy uniform. They give them maybe 2 and things like that, but you need extra to look very neat, to look presentable. They buy. So there are a lot of challenges. And these things happen not because they don't provide the money, but the people in charge, they take this money and put in their pockets. And these soldiers, they know, these military men know what is going on. So, and if we continue like this, then we are in trouble. We should protect ourselves and let the soldiers do their work haphazardly. That's why this thing for that moment.
All right. Is there any other one of the talking points that you'd like to speak to?
The one I really come for today, apart from the one I've spoken with Ekene, it's what we have to do. I know it is very tough, the situation we find ourselves. I mean, you wake up one day, you think your bank balance is, let's say, $600,000, and you proudly issue a check for $30,000, and it bounce. You arrogantly say, "Me, my check cannot bounce," and voila, your money has disappeared. That is the Emefiele corner with our foreign reserve. We never knew he has used it to securitize a loan he used to collect, and then gave it to Dangote at 400 and something, and his cronies for the Christmas. So we are really in trouble. The thing to do now, we need to start selling our assets. Those assets we neglect. I don't know in other parts of Nigeria, but I know we have those refineries. Those refineries have become a problem for us. real problem. They were built in another era with a different technology. I mean, take any of our refineries and compare to that operation room of Dangote's refinery. It's a mile different. Those things are just guzzling money. I don't even think the one that say we're ready in December, it cannot be ready. It can't be ready because it's not even fit for purpose. It produces at full capacity, installed capacity, just PMS, I mean, 1 million liters every day. That is full. And what they are doing is just partial repair. So what can we even get out of it? In a country where we use about 30 million liters every day. So if we sell, we have money. Like the old federal secretariat, I mean, let them give it to Lagos State, or Lagos State will buy it from them. The National Stadium should be sold. The Arts Theatre, maybe because of national symbol, we leave it. And several other assets. So we can rake in some money and start to retool our economy. Because we are really in trouble as it is right now. There is no money anywhere. And if we dare print money more, that will be disastrous for our economy. So those assets we don't need right now that are not even useful to us, they should just discard them so that we can get money and start making the necessary adjustments. Because there is no magic to this at all until the oil comes down. And today is going about $100 per barrel. We are just producing
So
1.1,
if we sell all the assets, what will become of us? We will become an assetless country.
Well, no, I say assets that we don't use, like the National Stadium in Surulere, just wasted land. There's nothing going on there. They put in $1 million, I think 2-3 years ago. Nothing happened. The Federal Secretariat, for instance, in Ikoyi, he's been there. I think Wale Babalakin wanted to buy it and submitted a bid for it, but Lagos State tackled and said, "Look, it's our land, so we have the first order of refusal. You offer it to us first because we give you that land as Federal Secretariat. You can't sell it to an individual." So it's tied down in litigation for years. All these things have to be tackled very fast. Very, very fast. Because the way we are going right now, just 1.1, and our OPEC quota is 1.8. And Tinubu should not be afraid to deal with, we talk about oil theft, but the real theft is in those people who has their oil well, who will load 800,000 barrels on their vessel and manifest 700 or 600, so they don't pay the necessary taxes on it. It's a big organized crime down there, because the pilot that will take the vessel out, he knows the custom, immigration, the NMPC, and all the rest. They know about all of these things. So when we focus on those small things, they take 20,000 barrels in one self-propelled barge and take it to West African waters, and that's not the real theft. The real theft is with the big people who owns the oil well. They are stealing from themselves. That's how I put it, because you own it. Your capacity is about 20,000 barrels every day or 200,000 barrels every day. When you accumulate enough, then you want to now export. You now undervalue it just to cheat your country a country that is kind enough to give you an oil well. Why are we doing that? Because, like I said, we Nigerians, I don't know the kind of leather God used to create us. We are very tough and stubborn people and set in our ways. We have to fix ourselves first before fixing that entity known as Nigeria. We are the problems. Even all these people we glorify today, the Dangotes, the Adenogas, all of them, if you know how much they are owing in back taxes, you will not believe it. You will not believe it. And nobody wants to care because we are just managing ourselves. Because NLC, they want to go on strike. And I'm thinking that, okay, you want to go on strike. You want them to give workers some money. And when they give the workers the money and there is no money to pay, even this 30,000, some states cannot even afford it. Particularly our brother states in the north.
Baba, Oga has a question for you in the comment section. He says, can someone ask the speaker what he thinks about oil blocks granted to individuals?
Well, Oga, my brother, you see that thing, I don't know the statistics, but I can hazard a guess. Let's take 50 oil wells, for instance, as an example, all sprinkled deep stream, midstream, onshore, offshore. 50, for instance. The military and the North will have already about 30 of it. Then the remaining 20s given to an Easterner, the Delta people, and all the rest. That is what is happening. Only Buhari is the only general I know that doesn't have an oil well, who has ruled this country or held an important position.
So Obasanjo have oil wells?
By proxy. Let him continue to pretend.
How do you know that Buhari does not have by proxy?
He has through his in-law.
Hey, so
he has through his in-law. I'd forgotten the guy's name.
Indimi.
Yes, Indimi. His in-law.
So if you say that is the only one that does not have, then
okay, I take that back. Actually,
okay.
Indini and his Buhari's in-law. So you can see that the money is in wrong hands, and the Niger Delta people are not even enjoying their wealth. I don't know the capacity of Tinubu to confront these people, but if he failed to confront them, then I think we are doomed. I think we are doomed. Too much money they've taken outside. We are just lucky. Emefiele will have slipped through our fingers. He will have slipped through our fingers. So what we even know now, he has confessed to. We wouldn't have even been privy to it. Because the money is scattered here and there all over the place. Look, who remembers Aziza, General Aziza, who died in the helicopter? Do you know why he died? Do you know that in Texas today, there is $350 million in Aziza's name just lying fallow in a bank? It took a Texan lawyer to write our government. Like, look, you have this money, so and so place. The owner of this money is dead. Can I represent your country and try to get it? Buhari did not respond. And that's the tip of the iceberg. Because at times I just get frustrated and irritated at what I look at as small as $1 million. Let's say small, $1 million. If you put $1 million cash in a cupboard, in 1,000, and every day you go to that cupboard, open the door of that cupboard, and take $1,000, do you know you will go to open that cupboard for about close to 3 years before you finish that $1 million? Close to 2 years and 8-9 months at 1,000 every day. That's how big $1 million is. Then imagine a man having that in like 500,000 places, $500 million cash, wealth without enterprise, just there. What do you can't sleep on 2 beds. You can't wear 2 coats together or double agbada together. Why are you punishing I look at them that they're punishing the country. Why are they punishing the country? Because you don't need this money actually. At the end of the day, when you die, pass on, only a fraction of it will go to your children because all are in numbered accounts somewhere, which they are not even privy to. Even if they have the papers, they have a way of refusing to transfer the money to them. So I don't understand. I get really frustrated thinking about it. I just look at that. These are just wicked people. That reminds me of what this woman who headed the EFCC, Ajia, what's her name now? Farida something. The EFCC head in those days, when he arrested the head of custom, after he was forced to return from Dubai. And they are negotiating with him to bring some of the money. This is a man who has urinary problem. He wear pampers. And he refused. Madam Fariza was saying, look at you. You are dying. You are peeing your body. You are wearing pampers. Release this money to the government, to the people who own it. And you are making strong head. You are about to die. That's how tough these people are. They just don't care. So I'm saying that we need to handle them with iron fist. We need to handle them with iron fist. They should just give us small. So the rest of the country can survive. Nigeria is rich, but Nigerians are poor. Nigeria is rich. Because how else do you explain when a man will just have 1 billion, $500 million, and he has nothing to do with it? I mean, a couple of years back, I visited a northerner who is almost like an illiterate. When you go to all those Baba Saleh in the North, Hausa illiterate, you will see phone numbers even on the wall written in chalk. And when you are mentioning figures, he will be asking the age, how many bags is that? Because the bags of money are stacked. Ghana must go, and they know that each bag contains this amount. So he knows what you are talking about by the size of the bags they have to bring. That's how funny it is. That's how funny it is. You go to some houses in Ikoyi, the money, what you see as soccer away, it's not soccer away. It's loaded full with money, cash. So I do money. The other man that was jailed the other time, is it Darie in London? How much did they find under his bed? It was a hotel cleaner that discovered the money. I don't know. There is so much money under the bed.
The funniest thing is that money, they won't share it. If they are even giving it to people, giving it out to make life better for some people. You take 10 million, you take 10 million, you take 10 million. I mean, they won't do that. Why do they put money in the soccer way?
If you go to some houses in Abuja, even in Lagos, everywhere, there will be 4x4, 30, 20. 35. Even some, all these are brand new, 4x4. And the tires will be going down. They are mostly gifts. While even including our Baba Obasanjo, go to his library and go to where they park cars. Why can't you give it to people? Give it to people. I don't know the stuff these people are made of. I don't know. Thank you, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellently put, excellently put. So everybody, you see why we always like to listen to Baba. It's like a tales by moonlight sort of storyline. So a lot still to tap from Baba, by the way. A lot still to tap from Baba, but I wonder if Ola has gone to sleep. Ola, yes, it's not like Ola to be that quiet.
No, I'm not
all right.
quiet.
All right. There
I
is.
was on phone.
But
I'm
all
back.
right.
Don't worry.
Are you ready for us? So you're up next, Ola. Where do you want to? Do you want me to line the topics up, or do you want to free flow?
Just give me a topic to talk about. So.
Okay. Do you want to go to the one on the screen? Nigeria ranks 6th in the world, second in Africa for most organized crime. So this is an organization that tabulates these things, and they are telling us that we're just as criminal as we reputationally are known to be.
You see, one thing is this. I do not necessarily agree with the ranking because we have to put things in perspective. So, what's the purpose? What's the intention of those people that pull up these reports? What do they want to achieve? Because when we are talking of organized crime, except you want to call Yahoo organized crime, Nigerians are not criminals the way people want to see Nigerians. They are not. Now, when you look at that list, I can't find India there. Maybe I miss it. If you are missing India in that report, then that report is biased. If you are missing China in that report, then report is biased. If you are missing Saudi Arabia in that report, then I doubt where they got that report. What exactly? What are the criteria? So it's because the purpose of this report is what I've been trying to get. Okay, so look at what is happening between the Indian and Canada currently. When they are talking of someone they just spy, I mentioned it the other time. That thing has created some kind of diplomatic rules between Canada and India as we speak. So how do you define organized crime? We don't find a situation like that for Nigeria. Then who are those people? Who are those people trying to enter into the Canada Revenue Agency database and use the system to defraud innocent people during the time of tax return? That when you hear calls, police is coming to you, your account is either someone has hacked into your account, all those stories. Who are those people behind that? India. And I will not blame them totally too, because number one, we have a country that has actually outsourced all the critical IT support to India. Just imagine the national array, for example, we have India as the core support when people are looking for job in. So to me, this is kind of I'm still trying very hard. I don't know. How are we even ahead of South Africa when you talk of crime in Africa? Talk less of global. So I don't believe. I think this is malicious. And then I know that this is a serious issue that we cannot stop. I know that many Nigerians are there in the internet space trying to cook something that is not really even against Nigeria. So where these people are getting their data, I don't know. So that's just my comment there. As far as I'm concerned, Nigeria ranks it's not even I don't even expect to see Nigeria in the top 40, talk less of top 6 in the world.
Of top 40. What?
I don't expect. Okay.
Every other Nigerian guy is a 419. What are you talking
That
about?
sounds funny.
No, okay, look, okay.
If within our country, if we are
Yeah.
not even safe within our country, if we can't drive from one side of the country to the other without having a second thought that, oh, I might be kidnapped, I might be this, might happen to me, and that and that. I mean, how do you want to justify that organized crime as we've been described? We are not as we've been described. Look, a lot of organized crime is going on in Nigeria that the Nigerian state has shown incapability to put under control. That is where you should look at it. Our government has shown incapability to put organized crime under control, other than other countries that you are talking about. China put their own under control, the same as India and Saudi Arabia you are talking about. But our own is even they do it publicly, free. I mean, free, and nothing will happen to them. That is what make our own case different. There's nowhere we don't have organized crime. Yes, I will agree that with you. But how well has the country, put it under control? We fail in that respect, and that is why we are in our failure to put it under control. That's what put us in that rank. As I seen it. Second, we are it's very bad.
Ajale Coco.
Yeah.
Now, as I see before you, I'm looking at the data for Canada alone. If you know the number of organized criminal that the Canadian government have been able to identify, that is stated here, you will see Chinese, Vietnamese, street gang, Mexican, cartel, Somali, Ethiopian, Sudanese. Even funny enough, even when I hear that even our boys, our occult guys that they create wahala in Toronto, in Ontario area, you will find out that I can't even find where it is even mentioned in Canada here. Funny enough. So, but what I'm saying is this: you can see the document here now that Canada, they've been able to, and they put name to those gangs that perpetrate organized crime. They put name. There are more than 100 here. You just a simple Google, without even giving you a single Google, go to Wikipedia, you will see all these activities. Where are these people getting their own information? Because that's why I'm saying this thing is, I'm curious. Now, if Canada can have this so much, and if Canada doesn't make faces, I believe that America will even be worse than Canada in terms of this. Do you know that we have some kind of organized criminals from China that dominate the real estate sector in Vancouver? Why do you think at a particular point in time, why do you think government banned externals, suspended externals from investing, from buying property in Canada? Because they turned the property business into some kind of organized crime in Canada. So you see, there was a time in my city, even despite making marijuana legal, for example, Igbo, despite making it legal, we know some people, we know the particular people. When we want to talk of Igbo here, those people that will use their house, that they will do Igbo in their house, that it may take police 5 years to actually round them up. Yeah, we can say they are Indians. Who are those people doing the financial criminal gangs? Here, Indians. We are still not talking of the Russians. We are still talking of the organized crime. What the Indians and the Chinese people are doing in the immigration system. So this thing is like I that's why I asked for the purpose. Yeah, we know that we have some insecurity issues in Nigeria. Whether you want to talk of Boko Haram, Fulani herdsmen, or you want to talk of those people that are doing illegal mining. I know. But when you still look for data to even back this thing up, when you look at the number, the list of people, the list of organized criminals that these people will recognize in Nigeria, they are not even up to 1/48, 1/40 of what you find in Canada alone.
Allah, let me ask one man. This report, did they support it with data to justify that this position that they place us?
It's actually data led. It says Nigeria ranked 6th in world organized crime according to 2023 Global Organized Crime Index. So it's an organization that stabilizes these sort of things. Let me represent it. It says the report indicated that Nigeria continues to face a series of security challenges, corruption, and other criminal activities. In 2021, the last time the report was released, Nigeria was ranked 5th with a score of 7.14 points. According to the survey conducted by the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, titled Global Organized Crime Index, A Fractured World, which was released on Wednesday, the status of organized crime in Nigeria increased by 0.13%. Nigeria scored 7.28 out of 10 points, making it the 6th in the world and the 2nd highest in Africa, behind the Democratic Republic of Congo and ahead of South Africa by 0.1%. Myanmar has the highest criminality score, followed by Cambodia and Mexico. The report noted that levels of criminality is increasing worldwide, whilst resilience measures are falling short of meeting the threat. In the criminal actor category, Nigeria scored 7.2 points with an increase of 0.5, whilst it scored 8.5 points in criminal network scores. The survey also shows an increase in the number of foreign criminal actors active in the country, as its score increased by 0.5% in that category. The country also scored 5.5 points for the presence of mafia-style groups, 7 points for private sector actors, and 7.5 points for state-embedded actors. For the Global Organized Index, organized crime is defined as illegal activities conducted by groups and networks acting in concert by engaging in violence, corruption, or related activities to obtain directly or indirectly a financial or material benefit. Such activities may be carried out both within a country and transnationally. Most common crimes globally. The report noted that financial crimes has become the most pervasive criminal activity in the world, toppling human trafficking. Although there has been a rise in human trafficking activities since 2020. After the financial crime, human trafficking, cannabis trade, and arms trade made the top 4 criminal activities globally. The report stated, in fact, financial crime ranked amongst the 3 most pervasive criminal markets in every continent, besides the Americas, where it is one of the top 5 most prominent. After financial crimes and human trafficking, the cannabis trade and arms trafficking are identified as the 3rd and 4th most prevalent markets globally. So crime in Nigeria. The Nigerian government has been battling diverse forms of criminal activities across the country in recent times. Kidnapping in the north, northwest, and northeast, oil theft in the Niger Delta, rising proliferation of drug abuse and trade, violent secessionist movement in the southeast, etc. Last week, students at the Federal University of Zamfara were kidnapped by armed men, although multiple reports state they have been rescued. So on and on they go. So that's that. Let me give you the last paragraph. Down south, the recurring spate of crude oil theft has not only destroyed the environment in the Niger Delta, but prevented the country from meeting its OPEC production quota, thereby denying her valuable revenue as crude oil price nears $100. So it's a statistics-led sort of piece.
Okay, Ola, have you heard it? Have you heard it well now?
I didn't say anything. That's just summary. That's just
Come
summary.
on,
I'm
can you
telling you
hear?
that I
Can you
because
hear,
I read it
Ola?
too. No, that's just summary for okay. Now, when they talk of financial crime, now, can someone truthfully tell me that Nigeria ranked top 10 in the financial crime within the United States of America, American space? It's not likely. But I know that I know that occasionally you hear people like Hush Puppy, maybe because of the significance of the crime they committed, and maybe it came to them as shock. Yeah, I know that there are some news.
You know why a lot of Nigerians are in jail in the United States for financial crime, and a lot of Nigerians that are doing it have run away from that business because they know they can be easily caught, because they have seen incidences of some of their colleagues, the way they were caught, and red-handed. So they knew there is no hidden place for them. So they either stop it or run away from United States and go to Nigeria, where they can freely operate. So it's the fact that you can't see them among first to 10 does not mean that Nigerians, if they were given that free space to operate, they will dominate others in this country. But you have a system that will easily nip you down when the moment you are doing it, they will get you. They know where you are doing it from, and they can easily get you. FBI can set you up. They can do everything to get you. So that is not a justification. Ola, the fact that you don't see Nigeria among the first 10 in the United States is not a justification to say, oh, Nigeria cannot be classified as one of the worst organized
No.
crime
The
people.
question is that if you can't see them among the 10, then what justification places Nigeria in the seat
If you
that
listen to
Nigeria
that
sits in the
report,
world?
if you listen to that article, they itemize it. They mention areas where organized crime is operate in
No, they
Nigeria.
mention financial crime. That is why I focused on financial
They
crime.
mention what is going on in the oil sector. They mention what we see in the kidnapping. They mention other things. They mention it. If you are listening, you will listen. I mean, let's even talk about the oil sector. The locals, those ones are, breaking up the pipeline, looting their own gas. The government officials are looting their own too, at the detriment of the state. They are even looting more than what they declare for the state. The military that was supposed to guide the pipeline and that field, the oil rings and all the rest, the Navy, the Army, they colluded to operate that looting of that. The organized crime at the highest authority of the land. And even look at the Senate. Are they not
Baba.
operating organized crime there? Emefiele did not submit this thing report of central bank for 8 years or 7 years. Those that are supposed to carry out oversight of Emefiele, all of them chicken out because they are all, colluded, to perpetrate corruption. So it's. I don't. I'm not going to defend this. I'm not going to say.
No, I'm not defending. See, look,
Yeah.
I want to know the motive before I start supporting anything, because look at the entire economy of Nigeria now. You'll be shocked that if you pick some major company here, just 4 to 5 companies, they may even be bigger than the entire of Nigerian economy. Okay, look at one oil and gas now that the boys enter into them and hijack the system to the point that this organization, they have to replace 40,000 devices. Baba, do you know what 40,000 devices means? If you have to, not the cost of the devices alone, the cost of hiring people to put that in place. So basically, we are talking of billions, not millions. We are talking of billions of dollars project now. How do you classify that? And yet Canada.
No, repeat that again. I didn't hear. You said.
Now look at the situation here, where the boys, the cyber criminal, they enter into an organization. They breach the organization to the point that the organization had to replace 40,000 devices. 40,000 devices.
Wow.
So let's assume that, okay, let's assume that
that's
even
a billions of dollar project.
Exactly. So look at that. That happened right here in Canada. And if you look at this organization that I'm talking about, just about 4 of them, they are almost as equal. In fact, they will be close to the entire economy, or let's say based on the revenue that the Nigerian government will declare. Now, if Canada is not making the list of that, then how did we arrive at that? Now, when you hear that the boys enter into the credit data, when you have your credit data, client customer data for credit card, when they breach the major credit bureau. And so how do you, I'm even talking of financial now, how do you describe that? You understand? Because just imagine now, they say, okay, let me give you know how big the credit union company now, and the boys, they just enter into it. Attach cost to the implication, the potential implication. How does one Yahoo boy living around them Agodo, how does it equate that magnitude of that magnitude of potential loss? This thing is
No,
I'm
I
not
think
saying
the
Nigeria
point.
is crime free. I'm not saying Nigeria is crime free. But the way you amplify, the way some people see that and amplify, there's no country that is free of crime. But when you are talking of the amplification, the magnitude, the way people talk about it and ring the bell, that's my concern. Because when we are even talking of the group of organized criminals around the world, I don't expect to see Nigeria in the top 40, and I'm damn too serious, because I will give an examples of what I think I understand about countries that are well grounded in organized crime. You find Canada is among them, United States is there, Russia is among them, India, China, South Korea, so you can mention them on and on and on. But how come that Nigeria made the top 6 and we do not see United States of America? They're like, seriously? You know what? Before some people goes after organized crime, there must be incentives. Nigeria do not have incentives to suggest that they are okay. It is true. We understand the recent phenomenon of Buhari Kingsmen. I understand. But before Buhari Kingsmen, I was making an example here that someone was arguing. As up till now, some American companies now, they still don't want to do ship and pin for their card. Do you know how much Americans lose to credit card fraud annually alone? What they lose is enough to run the entire economy of Nigeria. And yet I can't see America as part among the top 6. That's where I'm curious about the criteria. Something is summary. Yeah, you have your raw data before you give summary. Summary is what we are seeing. Me, I'm talking of, I want to see the gangs, those gangs that are responsible for that organized crime in Nigeria. Okay, we know Boko Haram, we know Fulani men. Maybe you want to say IPOP, or maybe Niger Delta. Then after that, how many people can we talk about? You understand? But in Canada, in America, we have gang issues. Now, people make mistake. People think this environment is safe. Yes, truly is safe. But what makes it safe? Because you provide for potential criminals. That's what I understand. But I can tell you, they can still carry person on the street of Canada. It still happen that they can still carry person like Nigeria on the street of Canada, and the case may still not be resolved in 10 years. So the question now, my question is that how? What data? What is the real data? We can say it from now to tomorrow. I hope those people will not bring me into any debate, because the document I will pack along, they will have to defend where they got it. I'm not saying Nigeria is crime free. Don't get me wrong, but to be top 6, we don't have potential for that. Even though we don't have employment, we don't have incentives to suggest that we should be ranked there. That's just my point. If you say stop, maybe let me ask, top 20, maybe I won't even talk.
Let me ask you a question, Ola. Okay. Our own organized crime, does it increases daily or reduces compared to Canada and United States?
Can you say that again, please?
Our organized crime, what we know as organized crime in Nigeria, does it increases daily or reduces compared to United States, Canada, and other countries that you mentioned that Nigerians should be no close to them?
Baba, if you want to say, since the departure of Buhari, I think it has reduced, because
it has reduced.
I think
organized crime
is a subjective opinion. Yeah, I think it has reduced
when we have the central bank minister or the governor being.
I said since the departure of Buhari, at least Emefiele is in jail.
Oh, you said it has reduced. I know. I mean, in how many months? How do you want to quickly determine that?
Okay. Now, how do we determine that?
I think that report is for last year, 1 month, right? Is it not for 2022, or is it for 2023?
Maybe one man didn't even hear us. They are even saying one man is.
No, it's hearing us. I think it's looking for.
Sorry. I was actually typing something else. I was away with myself. Sorry. I wasn't in your conversation. Apologies. So, what was the question to me?
I said the report concerning this organized crime, is it for last year or this year?
Let me. Yeah, it's the 2023 report. Yes, this is for 2023. So this is this year.
Okay, so Tinubu have not done anything yet. Somebody that is even trying to settle down to, get to sanitize the place is just appointing people that will be in different strategic positions that can start to sanitize things. So you can't say. I mean, we have not gotten it right. It's still very, very bad. It increases criminality. The rate of criminality in Nigeria increases every day, and organized crime particularly. We can't. I mean, it is very bad. Let me tell you, it's very,
No,
very
see,
bad.
I'm not excusing Nigeria again. I just want to make my point clear. But the magnitude, the position they are placing us is my concern. That's why I'm asking, who are those people responsible for that? Who are those people feeding them with that data? You understand? No, for example, if I go to the side of America now, do you know that people that are being pied by this bomb, by this gun that you carry in a year? Have you ever can you put figure into it and compare to what is reported in Nigeria? Those people, there are people in the UK that they carry obe, that they carry just to take obe, just dagger for UK. Can you really compare? So to me, I just want to know, because if this is just a malicious report, because there's something is this, nobody is denying here. I'm just saying that don't demarket us unnecessarily, because this is the time that we need investors to come. This time we need every people to come out, every energy to move our economy forward before we become another Ghana. And all of a sudden, boom, somewhere from somewhere, they are telling you that, oh, this is what is happening in your country. No, there's a political undertone to this, whether you like it or not. Don't tell me. If you say, maybe if you say top 24, 25, maybe I will not even talk. So no, that to me, this is we can move to another topic, but this is just totally, it's not, to me, no matter how we say it, I cannot accept. This is malicious, because small time, it's only that the people that are publishing this thing, they just want to make, they don't want to make this thing so glaring. They could have said Nigeria is second or number one if they have this thing. Where you cannot even find Afghanistan there. Seriously? You can't even find Pakistan there. Like, seriously? What are we talking here?
No. Look, Ola, you are getting it wrong here.
Okay.
Look, kidnapping, the rate of kidnapping in Nigeria increases every day.
I'm not denying.
Yeah, hold on.
I don't know. I
Yes,
don't know, but I know it's a problem in Nigeria.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The rate of, cyber crime, or how do you call this, 419 internet, this thing, people, young boys are jumping into that, profession every day. Crime, organized crime, it increases in Nigeria. It's unstoppable. It's like it's unstoppable on all fronts. You want to look at it. It is not like that in other parts of the world. Even this country, you are saying, oh, you are surprised that you don't see in Afghanistan. You can't see it because you have government that is very effective. This, what do you call this?
Okay. This point
What
of
is the name?
Aginigbe,
What is the
this
name
point
of
of Aginigbe, no, this point of Aginigbe you just made now, I'm on ICIR now. It's understandable. You understand? It started from 351 reported in 2013, and it peaked to the maximum at 5,289. No, 5,287 in 2001. And it started declining in 2022, although understandable because election was approaching, right? Because but one funny thing, that it doubled from 2020 to 2021. It's doubled, I know. In 2022, there was a case of 4,680 reported compared to 5,287 reported in 2021. But as of up to this year, they've reported 1,384 days. So, which means that it's not likely to even equal the figure of 2019. So
check against other countries. Check against the United States or Canada.
No. It doesn't have to be kidnapped in other country. They have the other organized crime. I understand what you are saying, because I'm just picking example of the one that is peculiar to Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. Then, when they talk to Bebogi, can anybody even equal United States of America, Colombia, and all those countries? That's their own peculiarity. You understand? When you are talking of shadiness in immigration, can they ever equal? You know, if like you call it trafficking, or try to do the thing against the system. Can you be the Chinese and the Indian to read? Like, let me talk of Canada. I don't know how it is I don't know how it is in America. Can you? So you have to look at where each country specialize. Except you want to say, okay, those one are lesser evil. Because the word organized is the point. Organized is the point because it's a carefully crafted word. But if you just use the word crime generally, it's another concept entirely. Organized simply means that you are very sophisticated in organizing this thing in your country. Now, as an investor, what is going to be the implication if I go to that country? Now, what type of this organized crime are we talking about? Oh, they carry investors, steal them away, or investor we organize there, we set up a company there, and they will just finish the investment. What type? That's what I'm saying. So to me, if we can move to another topic, I don't mind. There's no way if you talk this thing from now to eternity, I don't go agree. Because the statistics I'm looking suggest otherwise. It's not supporting this. There is not raw data, it's summary. And I have some raw data here.
All right. Ola, do you want to speak on Tinubu missing for 6 days and then being found in France getting his booster shots?
Well, I will just make a brief comment on, Tinubu is the number one figure in Nigeria for sure. So the thing I will just say is this: even if it coughs, people will have different meaning. They can analyze the type of microbes, the type of disease that is
Is
coming
there
from
any other interpretation to him going to France other than for medical reasons?
Well,
he was in and out of France for medical reasons all the way through the campaign, and is back there again.
Well, the information I don't know. He may be in France to run away, just to have maybe some quiet time, and from there to negotiate, to talk to those people that they would like to talk to, whether foreign investor, whether some foreign, just to have some kind of diplomatic agreement with many people. Whereas if it's in Nigeria, we have so many visitors that just want to see the president. But if you reduce the traffic to the presidency just because you're outside the country, is something. So to me, I don't know where it's going to, because like you said,
France, going to France was not listed in his itinerary before going out of Nigeria. Sorry. Bàbá ti lọ gbàgbára.
Okay.
Bàbá ti lọ jàjẹsára. He never mentioned in his itinerary that, this is where we stop at France or this thing.
Even assuming Baba went to renew power, assuming that Baba went to renew power, what's wrong in it? Because that's the first question I would like to ask. What's wrong in it? Okay, I know that's the first thing they will say.
Okay, it's wrong. Let me tell you why it is wrong. Look, every kobo that he spent for his trip and his colleagues, and his team, is at our own expense.
Okay.
Our president must not go to anywhere without making a public announcement prior to that.
That makes sense. I agree with that.
Yeah, that is the way it is done, because it's not his own money. It's our common wealth that it lives on as long as he remains in that office. So we want to know, how much time are you spending in that office to work for us? If you are not in that office, if you are outside that office, what are you doing at outside that office, outside the country particularly, and at whose interests? We want to know. Yeah. So
Anyway, it's very difficult for me to argue truly, because once you're a public figure, especially if you are going to spend public money, I would just say I totally agree that people must know what you are spending their money on. I would just say that. So, but if it's there on private something, which I believe it's not going to be anyway, because you went with the presidential jet, not with is it Air Nigeria or which one, Air Peace or whatever. So there, well, I would totally agree on it, because that one I cannot defend that, to be honest. I can't defend that. So nothing to say much. He has to make it public if it's in the public interest. I think it's advisors should do a better job. But if you now decide to keep quiet on it, then already so so I think something is happening there. When those people talking, they have Nigerians have every right to question what the man is doing while he's supposed to be representing the country. I agree with you on that. Nothing more to talk.
All right. Does anyone want to speak on this Leah Sharibu storyline? So we all know the story of this young lady who was kidnapped by the bandits. They requested her to change her religion from Christianity to Islam. She refused, and she has been in captivity ever since. It's 5 years now. So she was forcefully married to one of the ISWAP commanders, who she bore two sons to. She's now divorced him and now moved on to another, and now being remarried to a Boko Haram or another ISWAP commander. So now, are we essentially, are we surrendered that this girl is lost to the world?
So,
okay, because it's emotional for me to even talk. So let Ajale.
Okay, I know I want to even get, you can even talk. I just want to get, you said, okay, they discovered now that all this while that she's been missing, she has been with the commander of ISWAP.
Yeah, let me give you the story again. Leah Sharibu, Nigerian schoolgirl, who has now spent 5 years in captivity with terrorists, has reportedly married another ISWAP commander after abandoning the first husband she was forcefully married to. Local security sources made this revelation in a report to correspondents. Recall that Leah was one of the 110 female pupils of the Government Girls Science and Technical College at Dapchi Yobe State, who were abducted on February the 19th, 2018 by Boko Haram terrorists. Since then, she has been held in captivity by members of the Islamic State in Islamic State West Africa province. A few years ago, it was reported by some media houses that the Dupchi girl was married off. After the purported divorce to Abdul Rahman, it was gathered that Leah was remarried to another ISWAP commander in the Lake Chad area called Ali Abdullah. One of the security sources said Leah was first married to Abdul Rahman after she allegedly converted to Islam, and they have 2 children, all boys, that were named after 2 Boko Haram commanders that were killed. We don't know what transpired, but Leah secured the divorce and married another commander called Ali Abdullah. The source said after her abduction, Leah was trained on how to administer some medical services to injured Boko Haram fighters and women. She was trained as a medical personnel and now leads the ISWAP medical team in the northern part of Lake Chad area, the source said. So, so there she is. 10 days ago, Leah, another source said, 10 days ago, Leah, her supposed husband and other fighters was sighted in Kangwar, some area or the other. Her husband is a commander under ISWAP, but they are facing persecution from Boko Haram, etc., etc. So that's the storyline of Leah. So essentially, is she lost to the world?
Ola, you want to go?
It's too emotional. It's too emotional for me. Go first.
Talk all so that you will cool down.
Because I go be the musician because I did verse already. It's too emotional for me, to be honest. So let me just keep quiet before I begin.
Well, man, I think there are too many sources to that situation of that girl. Too many. One source said she was married to another source said she remarried. That's another. Only God knows the truth.
Well, the one thing that we can say with some, not with certainty, but the one thing that we can probably concede is that because we know that she's been forcefully taken, we know that. We know she's a young, pretty girl, we know that. And we know that these people have a history of forced conversion, we know that. And we know that when they take girls like this, we know what happens to them. So we know, wow, she's been with them 5-6 years. She's not going to be in the pristine of innocence of when they took her. So we all know what's happened. So I think whether sources or not, there's enough of a knowledge of that space to know what is likely to have happened to that girl.
You know, yeah.
Hello, am I still here? Hello. Hello. Can anyone hear me? Hello, Thomas. Hello, Thomas. Can you to kick me out? So I don't know. Show me my wallet screen. Because I'm saying hello, hello, and nobody. Can anyone hear me? Oh, somebody is saying they can hear me. So why can't I hear people? Is anybody speaking? Okay. Where's everyone else? So I'm the only one. Thomas, say something. Hola.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, but I can't hear anyone else.
Maybe everybody's gone. So let's just shut it down.
All right. I think maybe everybody's gone. Yeah, I can hear you, but and I think the audience can hear me as well, but they can't hear anyone else. I thought Ola and Jan Lekoko were talking, but all right, let's shut it down. All right, let's shut it down. All right. I think the thing has come to an abrupt end for reasons of whatever the reason was. They can hear me, but they can't hear the panel, and I'm not sure if people are here to hear me or hear the panel. So we bring it home, short and to the point. So we bring it home, but first acknowledging then the super chatters, Ayo, as you know, as ever. Fourth, he comes in, and then Liz came in as well. So thank you to all those. We reconvene tomorrow to have another banging session. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.